Live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, it's Runway DFW, your new YouTube home for live action from one of the world's busiest airports. My name is Walt Torto, and we will be here with you for much of the afternoon, technical problems notwithstanding. So hang out with us to watch planes go up and down on Runway DFW. It is Saturday, April number 2 of 2022, and it's a windy but mild day. We are fortunate enough to be in the shade, at least for a while, so everything's good. Our audio board was the culprit today of our little delay. Well, I don't mean to blame it on that, it's me really, but there's a little button on the back of the audio board that determines whether the sound gets fed to the computer, and for some reason I didn't have it, or it got pushed in the wrong direction, so it took me a little while to diagnose it. So anyway, that's that. Now the other thing we have to talk about is the wind and the wind direction, because it's coming out of the north today, and that means the planes are taking off from the south, so we don't get quite the view that we normally get on a day like this. So bear with us. Everything's going to be a little bit more long distance than it usually is, unless the winds do us a favor and shift around to the south, which is the prevailing direction of the winds. I am seeing, what is that? Let's show you something while we can. Don't mean to spin around that fast, so looks like a Korean Air jet, I'm gonna say. There's nothing else painted that distinctive color. There it is. So that one's on its way to Seoul. So it's headed to the end of runway 36. Where do they take off from? 36 right, I think. So it'll fly up where we are. And you know, I haven't solved that echoing problem. For some reason, I don't know why, my camera mic, or my camera has a speaker in it. For some reason, it's been reflecting the audio back from the computer. So I figured out what to do. I scanned through the manual and looked at online things and couldn't figure it out. So anyway, this is a 777. It's flight 8054. And look at my cards. We do have some interesting traffic coming up. At 2:15, we should have an A340 coming in, the Lufthansa flight from Frankfurt. They switched it back to an A340 in the last few days. So it's always good to see those 4-engine beasts hang out with us here at DFW. Don't see it on the radar yet. And you might be able to detect that it's a windy day. I haven't looked to see what the winds are right now. Emre is letting us know that Lufthansa is delayed, so We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you. And I think we have a banner that's not supposed to be on. Let me see if I can get rid of that. You can see there's a lot of ground haze today, unfortunately. Let me see if I can get rid of that ticker there.
You can go straight into the ramp with me. Have a good night. Yeah, that's fine, man. Thanks for checking them. My brain's not working. I can leave across 35 left in the ramp with me. Good night. Tower for the 426 with you on final 31 right. Yeah, we're ready, American 1818. Okay. American 1818, turn the corner and Echo Pop. I'm going to try and get down before the conversion traffic. We're 35 left, line of play. Departure here, or do you give us a low frequency for that? Car, 37.3 on board for departure, 467.
Again, if you're just joining us, we're at DFW Airport. We're coming to you from DFW Founders Plaza, which is the official observation deck for watching airplanes come and go. But unlike most times when we're here, the aircraft are not taking off from this end of the runway, but they're taking off from the other end. And where you see that jet right now is about 2 miles from where we are. So here it comes off to Seoul, our first takeoff of the day on Runway DFW. The Pepsi plane is off. And we are off as well. We've got American Flight 1585 coming in from Santa Ana, California. And I'm having a hard time picking it out of the sky down there. And it has landed. There it is. Holy cow. Well, as we've had here before, it's kind of impressionist painting day at Runway DFW. It's a hint of an airplane, a hint of a 737-8. It suggests the form of an airplane. Yeah, that's kind of the way it's going to be this afternoon, unless the winds shift around. Let me see if I can get your comments up and going. I have a quiet moment with you right now. Looks like way down at the other end of the runway, we've got American Eagle Flight 4115. It's going to be an Embraer 145. It's going to be on its way to Wichita, Kansas. And I kind of see it with my eyes. There it is. Look at it. Yikes. This is not this is not very good as far as the what we've got going there. We'll see it when it gets up in the air, but until then it's just kind of a blur. And it's not our camera, it's not your reception. It's just the ground haze. And I think it's lifting off the ground. If only the planes could take off from about 500 feet in the air, we'd be able to see them very clearly as they roll down the 500 foot in the air runway. I zoomed in when I should have zoomed out. It's a lot quieter here at DFW Founders Plaza than it was last Sunday, when we had a very exciting day filled with arrivals from Air France and from Finnair. Check my notes here. Finnair is supposed to come in at 3:05, at least that was the schedule. But again, unless the winds shift significantly, we won't be seeing very much of it. There you see a UPS 747 over there. History would indicate that we won't be seeing it taking off this Saturday. But it's nice to see it parked there. Now let me see if I can get to your commentary here. Because there's not much going on right now. DFW Av Geeks with the full information rundown on that Wichita flight we just saw. Thank you, DFW Av Geeks. We've got Irish Dublin checking in from Sugar Land, Texas. Howdy to y'all. Why is the camera blurry? Emery wants to know. Well, when we go in tight on an aircraft that's about 2 miles away, and we have ground haze here, which we do sometimes at DFW, that's why it looks so terribly blurry. And Laura, I know there's an echo, and I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. I haven't had this problem before, and now all of a sudden my camera is feeding back. Oh boy. Okay, I got to switch over to another hotspot here because I've used up all my data apparently. So hold on. We're going to shift our connection. Oh, that's one. Okay, now I hope you can see us again. Got a different connection. It should be solid, but I'm sure you will let us know. Coming to us from Michigan. James, welcome to you. And if I wasn't doing this, that would be a good way to watch the aircraft this afternoon, stretched out on a blanket. We have arriving in about 10 minutes, American Flight 280 from Seoul. We saw Korean Air take off to Seoul. We'll be seeing this American flight coming in shortly on Runway DFW. So hang on for that. We've got an arrival here. Looks like an Embraer 145. See if I can get back to our location here. DFW AvGeeks is helping with the plane spotting today. Got a golf cart. Bill called him checking in, giving us a good report on audio, except for the echo, and the video also. So keep your fingers crossed, folks. Got a Singapore Airlines cargo flight coming in about 11 minutes, and that's going to be a Queen of the Skies. So that'll be our first Queen of the day. Thank you, aviation overlords, for providing us with that. Here comes a flight from Wichita. If we can find it. There it is. Oh, yeah. Sharp as a freshly sharpened pencil. Yes, that's an airplane. That doesn't look like the flight from Wichita. That's supposed to be an A319, but that's not what that is. And Laura, yes, I do observe the echo, and I know it's there. I may try to put a piece of tape over the speaker on the camera, but other than that, I don't have a remedy for it. I haven't been able to find out why. My camera is speaking to me. There's a business jet up there somewhere. My viewfinder's not being helpful enough to let me see it. We saw a lot of business jets yesterday in our stream from Dallas Love Field, which was our first time hanging out at Love Field, which was interesting. We had some technical issues there as far as connectivity goes, so I made a compilation video based on a recording I made locally, so that if you are so inclined and want to see what's going on at Dallas Love Field as of yesterday, have at it. It's on our channel. So yeah, from our vantage point, we get to see planes taking off this way, but it's hard to get them actually lifting off because it's so far away. As you can see, not a cloud in the sky. Another flight rolling, I think. Where'd it go? Oh no, that's coming in. That's what I was seeing. I forgot to mention that this is the home of WrestleMania. And I know that there's an echo, and I don't know precisely why. But anyway, yesterday we saw the official well, I guess it was World Wrestling, what is it, entertainment plane yesterday at Love Field. This should be American Flight 280 coming in from Seoul in Korea on Runway DFW. That's a Dreamliner in the haze. And now I'm getting information that our video is spotty. I'm kind of seeing it back here, although. So we do a little checking here. We'll widen out a bit. We've got a strong 5G connection. So everything seems to be working at this end except for our connection to the interwebs. I can assure you we're in the total shade today. We've got a very nice spot. It's 77 degrees. I'm checking our upload speed, and oh yes, it's very, no wait, it's very fast. What? Yeah, we've got a very acceptable upload speed this afternoon, according to my tests. That doesn't mean that you're not seeing a choppy picture. All that means is that my connection is telling me it's fine. So, but well, let's see where that 747 is. Oh, it's next. Here comes the Singapore Airlines 747, and I hope you can see it. It's a big plane. Mrs. Runway DFW says this is not working for her. So enjoy, if you can, this Queen of the Skies. Oh, come on. There's hardly anybody here today at Founders Plaza, but those two people had to step into the shot. DFW AvGeeks checking in with our information about the Finnair flight from Helsinki, which may not even favor us with a landing on this side of the airport. The inaugural flight last Sunday, was it last Sunday? I think it was. That one came in from the north side on this side, so we got a really good look at it. And yes, Mrs. Runway DFW, who's messaging me furiously, indicating that we've got a bad connection. And I have no idea why that would be. I'm getting like 5 out of 6 bars on the 5G. And that's really all I can go by. We're in the shade, so all of our equipment is nice and cool, as am I. So, that flight just came in from, I'm not sure where, Cancun, no, Los Angeles, can't tell. A lot of aircraft on the old radar there. Got a flight coming in from Monterey in a minute or so. Austin is saying we don't have a bad connection, so I don't know what to think. It's hard to monitor when you've got limited bandwidth at your location. It's hard to monitor what you're watching because I don't want to take up any bandwidth watching what I'm sending out. So we'll get it all sorted out eventually. So we will persevere, and we will hope that whatever you're seeing is looking acceptable. You see the planes are in the air by the time we can almost see them. They're already in the air. From the other end of runway 36. Coming in from Albuquerque, it's American Eagle Flight 3844 and Embraer 175. And it's down there somewhere. There it is. See, it's already landed. Yikes. Yeah, so even if you're getting a perfect reception of our signal, it's going to look really blurry because the ground haze is out of control today. Kenji, thank you for your thanks. I like doing this. But there's a lot going on in sending out a transmission. What you're seeing there very blurrily is American Flight 1467, which will be winging its way to Puerto Vallarta momentarily. And it is rolling. And we have a new subscriber. We do have a new subscriber alert. And Michelle RS has noticed that. Unfortunately, I can't hear the notification, so that I can't always acknowledge it because I'm not looking at that screen. But thank you, new subscriber. We're on our way to 3,000. Maybe you'll be number 3,000 if you are casually watching and decide, hey, I'd like to subscribe to this channel on YouTube. The subscription is without any cost. Despite the nomenclature, a YouTube subscription is totally free. And it looks like our new subscriber is named Jane Harkis, so welcome. Thank you. Or one of them. All right, let's see what's going on down way at the other end. We're looking as though we're getting American Flight 2584, an Airbus A321 on its way to San Diego, and it is rolling. No, that's not it. That just came in. I was deceived because it was so clear. I think what we're looking at is down there. So this should be the flight to Puerto Vallarta. A blurry blob coming towards us. If you are new to the channel, you will certainly notice the abundance of American Airlines and American Eagle flights that take off from here. They control about 85% of the passenger traffic at DFW Airport. But we do get bonuses like that Singapore Airlines flight that we saw at 747 that came a little bit ago. There's lots of other airlines that come in and out of here. They're just not proportionally as many as American and American Eagle. But at least we get a variety of different aircraft. As I said earlier, we were hanging out yesterday at Dallas Love Field, where it's all Southwest all the time. At Dallas Love Field, Southwest controls 95% of the passenger traffic. But on the other hand, there's a lot of interesting private jets that come and go. And also Alaska and Delta Airlines serve Dallas Love Field. So it's not as busy as this airport, but because all the traffic is currently limited to one runway in and outbound, it seems busy. That is American Eagle Flight 5951 from Rapid City. South Dakota, I think? South Dakota, Rapid City? Or North Dakota? I should know that. And it looks like the Finnair flight arrived on the other runway. We should be, we'll be seeing a blurry view of it coming in right about there. Oh no, I'm wrong because we're going to see it over here. It came in on the east side of DFW, which we don't have very good access to, unfortunately. So it's just in from Helsinki. Flight 19, it's an Airbus A350-941. Thank you very much. I think everybody loves their livery. It's pretty distinctive. It has crossed a bridge from the east side, and it's now here on the west side, making its way southbound on the taxiway to Terminal D, the International Terminal. We have a Delta flight above us now. Yes, so that proves there are other airlines that come in here besides American and American Eagle. one there is headed to Salt Lake City. Yes, Delta. And there's DFW Av Geeks with the full details on that one. Irish Dublin says she likes the new Aer Lingus livery, which is something we don't get to see here. There's no planes from DFW to the Emerald Isle at the current time. If you're in our chat room, you can see that DFW Av Geeks is supplying a great commentary on what's taking off and what's landing. We appreciate that. The Lufthansa flight from Frankfurt is coming in. This is again an A340. So we get to see another 4-engined aircraft, or at least we hope to. Let me see what its trajectory is. Hopefully it'll come in on this side. It's now to the east of us. In fact, if I only had a bigger monitor, I see it in the sky. And again, I apologize for that echo. It's up there somewhere. There it is. I think that's it. So that should be the Lufthansa A340. It's traveling south now to the east of the airport. It will loop back around and come in from the south. Pretty far away. Austin Swafford in the chat room is saying it's looking like 3-5 left for Lufthansa, which will be on the other side of the airport. We may get to see it coming down, but we won't get to see it landing. But then we'll get to see it as it crosses over, much the way we saw the Finnair flight. American Airlines Flight 60 from Narita in Tokyo will be here in about 10 minutes. I'm guessing its trajectory will take it in on this side of the airport, but I couldn't tell you for sure, folks. Is it 3 o'clock already? Well, it's time for station identification, I think. Live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, you're watching continuous coverage of what's happening here on Runway DFW. My name is Walt Zwerko, and we'll be here for you as long as our signal holds out. We've got good batteries, we've got everything's nice and cool, so hopefully everything will continue to work and we'll have some interesting things to show you here on Runway DFW, live from DFW Airport. Hey, if you'd like to donate to the cause here, buy us a cup of coffee or help us with streaming expenses, you were probably thinking about that, right? Well, there is a way to do that. It's easy to do. Just go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw and you can leave us a little tip if you are so inclined. We would be most appreciative. And if you do it using that, your name and your contribution will pop up on the screen. Hopefully, that's at least the way it's supposed to work. So thank you in advance for anything you may help us out with here at Runway DFW. And that link is in the description of this broadcast if you'd like to help us out. Okay, let's see what's going on here at the big airport. I was going to try to tape over that speaker, but the speaker what's that? There's an aircraft leaving from the east side of the airport. That looks like it's off to Baltimore Washington International Airport, American Flight 1213. Thanks to everybody who's tuning in. If you're a first timer, you can like and subscribe to our channel at no cost to you. We got American Flight 2066 coming in from Salt Lake City. There it is. You get some inkling of how far away everything is. Just trying to blow some unusual looking bug off of my camera. Yeah, it does look like the A340 Frankfurt flight is coming in on the east side. At least that's how it's lining up. But we'll try to pick it out of the sky until it disappears behind terminal buildings and hotels and all that kind of stuff.
Lufthansa 438 heavy on the visual approach, 35 minutes. 430 is heavy, DS 3 tower, only 35 sensor, clear to land, 10308.
And you may have just heard the air traffic there concerning the Lufthansa flight. I'm scanning the skies for it. It should be coming from that direction as you watch a plane taking off. In any event, the Lufthansa A340 will taxi around kind of in front of us, so we'll get to see it as it comes over the bridge and makes a turn. I think I see it now. See if we can. There it is. So there's the big A340 coming in from Frankfurt. That is full zoom, but you can see it in all of its four-engined glory. I can't put your comment on the screen, Lisa, but yes, there are planes going to Oklahoma City all the time from here. Is that all we're going to say? Yep. Alaska Airlines is taking off. I want to say that one's going to Portland, but I haven't looked at the screen. We've got American Flight 49 from Paris, France, coming in about 11 minutes. It's a Dreamliner, and yeah, it'll probably come in on the east side. Get back to where we are. Comes the American flight from Narita in Tokyo. There it is. That's a Dreamliner arriving from Japan. That is completing a flight of 10 hours and 17 minutes. It's a 5-year-old 787-9. As DFW Av Geeks is so helpfully informing our chat. It, as all international flights do here, is headed over to the Terminal D, the International Arrivals Terminal and Departure Terminal. American Flight 2104 to Minneapolis St. Paul is in the sky. And we say hello to Kevin at Airline Videos Live. Thanks for checking in with us, Kevin. He's not broadcasting today, and so what better to do than to watch airplanes take off and land? But thank you for hanging out with us. He checked in for a little while yesterday when we were trying to stream from Dallas Love Field and we're having some connectivity issues. I was watching Kevin stream last night from LAX with Rudy. They were having a great deal of fun from the parking garage there at LAX. Here's this, where'd it go? It's the flight from Narita, which has just landed. It's waiting to cross runway 36 right to head to the international terminal. So we're having fun here today. The wind is in the wrong direction. That's why all the planes are so far away from us today. But here's American Flight 1304 just came in from Los Cabos in Mexico. Everybody saying hello to Kevin. Perhaps he's got Sammy in his lap. Lots of love for Kevin and AVL here at Runway DFW. Well deserved. So, can we see? Oh, yeah, here we go. Looks like it's the Star Alliance livery of the A340, which just came across the bridge. Lufthansa, coming in from Frankfurt. That's good to see. Lufthansa had abandoned the A340 service to Dallas for a bit, but they have dusted off a couple more of their mothballed A340s. So there we have it. More four-engined. I think this is the only quad jet passenger service in and out of DFW. And I apologize for all this heat haze, but I guess this is something we've got to deal with for the warmer weather here. Now it's got to find a place to park. We were at Love Field yesterday. Parking seemed to be a real issue. They have a very limited number of gates there at the Dallas in-city airport. And so we'd see these Southwest planes come in and they'd have to just kind of sit out on the tarmac and chill for a while until there was a gate available. And we'd like to acknowledge some contributions. I think they've popped up on the screen, but I haven't been able to see them. But we would like to thank Airline Videos Live and Kevin for contributing to our little shindig here. Thank you very much. Robert Brailsford also contributing, as well as Michelle RS. So all you guys and gals, thank you so much for chiming in. And if you do feel so inclined, streamlabs.com/runwaydfw is the address. It's in our description if you can't remember that, or if it's more convenient for you. And that helps us out with our streaming expenses and to fire me up with some coffee before I go on the air. And so thanks all of you in advance and in the past who have contributed. It makes a difference for us, helps us out a bit, and we love doing this for you. So thank you very much to all. Okay, let's check the radar, see what's going on here. It's gone quiet here now. I do see a flight coming in now. It's American Airlines Flight 571 from Eagle, Colorado. It's an A319, and it's the next arrival on Runway DFW. After this guy gets out of the shot. And yes, my camera is not out of focus. That is the ground haze here. It's been cool the last few days, and now it's warming up. It's 78 degrees here in the shade. A lot hotter out in the sun, I would guess. We welcome Adrian from Poland. Don't know how you got here. Well, no matter how you got here, we're glad you're here. His countrymen in Poland are welcoming a lot of refugees from neighboring Ukraine. In from Las Vegas now. I guess it's pretty much touched down. We can find it in Hayes, it is, from Las Vegas. It's a flight 1550. It's a 737-800. Kind of like in the next county over there. It may actually be in the next. The airport kind of straddles two different counties. And again, folks, I apologize for the echo. If I get away from the camera, it goes away because the camera is somehow has a little speaker on it for, I guess, monitoring things. And for whatever reason, the camera is rebroadcasting what I'm saying, and I don't know why that is. It's a Panasonic camera. I've looked in their manual. I have no idea why that is happening. Kind of in a lull right now here at the big airport. I was going to look at my note cards here. See what time it is, 3:23. We should. Looking last night, there was supposed to be a China Airlines 747 coming in from Atlanta. I haven't seen that happening yet. But we'll be on the lookout for it. Here comes a Boeing 737-800 from Los Angeles on Runway DFW. It's American flight 1413. Adrian saying how he likes to watch this stream at night, where it's almost 11 o'clock p.m. Adrian, I hope we're not putting you to sleep, but I guess that's fine. If this is what kind of helps you relax, everything is good. Well, next up on the arrivals on this side of the airport is an A340 in the colors of Viva Aerobus coming in from Monterrey in Mexico. Just a little dot in the sky right now. Which I'm trying to pick out using landmarks on the ground.
back up to 2,500, and we'll go back over to 360 to join the now on 423.
And because of the distance involved, we probably won't get a really good look at the nice, colorful livery of the Viva Aerobus.
The 27 on the departure, turn right heading 030, maintain 2,000, 1035, last clear for takeoff. One right, and we're on a right base here, turning it down. Connecting 07, days will go. And then traffic in sight, that's the point. That's over, push your parts together.
And again, I'd like to acknowledge DFW AvGeeks for giving us that great information to all of our chat room participants. Well, because you get that kind of desert-like effect there, the engine looks like it's melting into the pavement. I know that echo is annoying. Let me see if I have some auxiliary tape in my kit here. Let me see if I can tape over that speaker. Hang on a second. So I wish I could show you my solution. I don't know if it's a solution or not. I've taped. No, I can't hear anything. Now what's going on? I heard a contribution. Now we're getting all sorts of feedback. Let me get something for you to look at. This is just not working out sound-wise. Let me turn down my microphone here.
DFW Airways.
Okay, so now do we get, we still get an echo on this microphone. This is my natural sound microphone. So, hang on, I'm still working on it. Hold on.
Cross 36 right with you, Foxtrot Yankee 465 on the bridge, American 82. 4 foot lands up 423. Tango Bravo. Close out with a visual 36 left. Or 9, clear to land, runway 36 left. Sorry, thank you. DFW Tower, runway 35 left, line of way. Alright, switch to parts, Southwest 9006, we'll see you. What was 65, cross runway 35 left at Echo Kilo, cutting ground, 0.65. 5 left Echo Kilo, ground 0.65, on boy, 41. Good afternoon, Delta 2059, jobs, visual 35 center. Delta 2059, DFW Tower, runway 35 center, clear to land. Go land 35 center, Delta 2059. Arnab doesn't clear takeoff 35 left, American 50 heavy. Roll golf, visual 34. Runway 35 left at Echo Kilo. 343, Bobby. 1937, DFW Tower, runway 35 left, on the way for clear blocks. 2343. Sorry, headed to 1483 with the job. 1483 DFW Tower, wind 3508, just 14. Runway 35 center, clear to land. Center at 1483. Departure Skywest 246 Alpha, see you. Cross runway 35 to 6 kilo, kind of ground point 65. That's 355 Echo, kilo ground 85. Heavy, kind of departure. 50 heavy, good day.
East side.
Cross runway 35 left at Echo Lima, kind of ground point 65.
36 right, Whiskey Kilo, and Foxtrot, contact ground on the bridge 2609.
So 36 right, Yankee, 0.65 on the bridge, American 1820. Cautionary service to the heavy Boeing 777 departure. Arnav to Kuzin, runway 35 left, clear for takeoff. 37, Arnav, clear for takeoff, 35 left. 409, DFW Airport, make service from the A340, runway 35 left line up away. At 1483, hold short, runway 35 left at Echo Kilo. American 2343. Okay, 4202, 5 mile final, 34. American 2343. Delta 33, exit to board of the DFW Airport. Runway 35 left, clear to take off. Going right, southwest 28. 37, got a departure. 37, switching to departure. South 26 right, Whiskey Kilo to ground, American 2343. 36 right, line up and wait, American 560. Mark, Southwest 26, 03, left. Left, clear to land on Boeing 3691.
Echo Yankee will be short.
Well, that's kind of what it's like when your host goes away for a while. You just get to see planes landing and taking off and moving around. Now, what's happening now is I'm listening to myself on an echo, but it seems that the echo has gone away. And we got a notification from Mark, but for some reason it's off the screen.
2743 on the visual, runway 35 center. 607, just 14, runway 35 center to the right.
Ricky's saying it sounds crystal clear now. Thank you. We'd like to welcome John Stevenson, chiming in from England. Cheerio to you. And we got Qantas Flight 7 coming in soon. Before that happens, we've got American Eagle Flight 3691 coming in from Aguascalientes, south of the border. Oh, I'm hearing that echo again.
Right at Yankee here, no delay, ground on
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Lenny, the reason you don't hear the echo on the ATC is because that's coming in on a separate microphone, which is away from the camera where the speaker is. We'd like to say bienvenue to Christophe. Coming into DFW next week. Are you coming in on American or Air France? That'd be interesting to know. But thanks for watching. And DFW Av Geeks is saying that we're now just 2 flights away from Qantas. Arr. I curse this camera. And I'm seeing the Qantas flight coming in on the radar now. It's a Dreamliner. And we'll be seeing that very shortly. Thanks for all of you who are hanging out with us this afternoon on this Saturday. We are at DFW Founders Plaza, which is a nice plane spotting venue. Regrettably, today, the planes are coming in from the south side instead of from the north side, so it's a little blurry today. Now, a nice big Qantas aircraft should show up pretty well. I don't know what to do about the echo except to put a very long pole on my camera so I can control it away from the camera. This is a problem that's just kind of popped up recently. I don't know what I've changed to make that happen. But for all you baseball fans, I consider myself to be the luckiest man on the face of the earth. It's a Lou Gehrig reference for all of you. Okay, so this ought to be it. This ought to be the Qantas flight, I think. I can pinpoint it in the sky.
Tower, Charges 2013 Yankee, we're about 5 to the east, 3. 5 center. Charlie, DFW Airways 3507, runway 35 center. Runway 35 center, sorry. 4 Charlie. 50 yard exit Tucson, runway 35 left, let's take off. Yankee. Clear to land, number 234, now what's up with it?
Right, R&F, Nashville, 41.
Left at Echo Kilo, credit ground, 65. Back to west, Russell J. Showing a 36 Rock, 107 Heavy. DFW Tower, Envoy 4084, visual 36 left. Envoy 4084, right now, Southwest Airport, 76 landed, 360.0, and 36 left. Live land 36 left, Envoy 4084. And begin the behind the Pilatus, 138. Good day, Southwest 1980. DFW Tower, name Tucson, from 35 left, let's take off. Alright, 2500, right downwind, 4. Runway 35, 7 to the land. 35 Center American, 22. American 2927 with you for 365. Land 365, American 2927. In 18 DFW Tower, turn down to Tucson, runway 35 left, let's take off. Yeah, I just want to make sure you, that's close enough for you. 4084 cross, runway 36 right, trying to take off 185, traffic will go on. Press 36 right on Whiskey Kilo, and contact ground on 148.
So it looks like the solution to the echo problem, at least right now, is for me to shut up when I'm near the camera.
5906, visual 36 left. Almost ready on that 16 still with 3507 on that 36 left to the left. Is that Pearland on the 3906? 2376 is on that 2B line on that 36 right, 36 takeoff. RNAV G-Box, clear takeoff 36 left.
You are watching Runway DFW live in International Airport. I'll be here for see what we can show you from far away, because all the planes are taking off and landing really on the other side of the airport. But we hope you will like and subscribe to our shindig. If you do subscribe, you should see a notification on the screen. If you do make a donation to us, you can do that too at streamlabs.com/runway.w. That is a link also in our description. And it helps us pay with our streaming expenses. Buy us a cup of coffee every day. So we hope you will enjoy what you watch in any event here on DFW. Well, there's a question. There it goes again. Oh, this is bad. I don't know where that's coming from.
Left, clear to land, thanks, American 1068. Okay, 60 left. Hold short of an 36 right. 36 That's crossing me 36 right on Yankee, 6 pound the top, Omega 2927.
It's the awesome channel with the crazy audio.
That's 3112, our after Met 4, runway 35 left, let's take off. Tower Skyler 3282 is inbound for 35 center. Yes, 5282 DFW Tower with 30. Correction, the wind's 3508, runway 35 center, good way. What's the 7 Bravo Tango Tower yet? Affirmative, 7 Bravo Tango, we're here. What's the 7 Bravo Tango from 36 right into the hold short of 36 left. Cross 36 right on Google, hold short of 36 left, American Local 7 Bravo Tango.
Let's see. Has that fixed it? No. Not entirely, but it's not as bad as it was. Oh, it's still bad.
2516 DFW Tower, runway 35 left on the full HF.
Well, let's steer away from all this technical talk and watch American Flight 1068 come in from Cancun in Mexico.
Cross 35 left, Echo Juliet 165, American 2297. 3112, connect 4. Information whiskey now needed, so February 3000. Now, please take Juliet Romeo, roughly 9 miles out to the northeast with Delta License for full stop.
Good to hear from you, Brian. Glad you like what you're seeing, and welcome in advance to Dallas, Fort Worth. If you're coming from Kenya, I guess you're going to have to make a connection to get here, because I don't think we have any direct flights to your continent at the current time. And there, Robert Brailsford is using text to reflect how he's hearing this broadcast, I think.
2743 is on the visual to 35 center. 2743 DFW Tower with 01011, runway 57, middle end. Center clear to land, American 2743.
There goes an American, I want to say 777 on its way to the hangar area for a little bit of R&R, or whatever airplanes consider to be R&R.
Clearly at 36 left, NY 3894.
To Echo Lima, cross runway 35 left, got a ground flight 65.
Here's an aircraft that's not American Airlines, it's United. Coming on in from Denver, it's an A319, United Flight 337.
Alaska 196, Echo 31 right. On right, Alaska 196.
Old United livery, the one without the super graphics. And MR Rice is, I guess, speculating that the 777 we saw headed to the hangar is in for its 100-hour checkup.
Base 34, 2,500, thrust 260.
They don't have a roped off area here for me, so people can come and go. Coming in from one of my favorite airport codes, GER, Grand Rapids, Michigan, is this Embraer 175, American Eagle Flight 3894. GER. LA girl pointing out that I can't watch this while I'm doing this, but she's saying we only need 9 more subscribers to reach 3,000 here on Runway DFW. That would be a nice highlight of today's broadcast. So if you are so inclined, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. As we say all the time here on Runway DFW, there's no charge whatsoever to be a subscriber on a YouTube channel. All you got to do is hit the subscribe button. It'll let YouTube know that we are delivering quality content. And so when you do that, it lets YouTube know that we deliver good content. You like it and you want more, and it'll let. And if you hit the alert button, you'll also be notified. There's Edwin Waugh just subscribed. Thank you, Edwin. John Collingwood just subscribed. Cool. I'm actually watching the screen as this is happening, so I don't often get to see it. Thank you. Thank you all. Welcome. Now you can hang out with us in the chat room. We've got so many nice folks in the Runway DFW chat room all the time. They provide helpful information. They let me know when things are going wrong. They let me know when people are walking in front of the camera. All that good stuff. Here's Alaska Airlines. Where did it go? I know I saw it. There it is. Coming in from Portland. This is Alaska Flight 402, 737-900.
Echo Yankee short of 36 right, Alaska 402. Submit there with 350 Manor, runway 357, right. Land 357, go 3272.
Well, how's about we watch a takeoff, shall we? It's American Flight 1599 to the gambling capital of the world, Las Vegas. Okay, we're going to give it a try. Priyanshu Kumar. Priyanshu Kumar. Did I do it right? Close? I hope so, because I have one of those names that's hard for people to say too. My last name is Zwerko, and when they see it written down, they tend to overpronounce it. So, Priyanshu Kumar, welcome to Runway DFW. Hello to you. Wales Golf Madrid is saying that grass looks dead. Well, we're in the middle of a pretty severe drought here in North Texas. And the lawns are pretty dry. And given the fact that it's been very dry here, and we have a pretty stiff wind today, those are all combining to make the fire danger very high. So we've had a number of wildfires here in Texas, not right around where we are, but not too far from Dallas-Fort Worth. In fact, we had one in my neighborhood the other day. A neighbor decided to burn some debris in their yard. Got a little bit out of control and spread to the neighboring state park, which adjoins our neighborhood. And fortunately, the firefighters were right on top of it. It only burned a couple of acres. But that was a little scary. We always like to acknowledge our viewers who drop us a nice comment, and thank you, Joshua. What we got coming in here? We got coming in from Harlingen, which is in South Texas. It's American Eagle Flight 3986 and Embraer 145. It's almost, I think it's landed already. I saw it up in the sky, and it's not quite, well, I can't tell. See, can you tell? It's like a mirage. Did I lose track of that cargo plane from, what was that? Or maybe it landed on the other side. I don't see it.
Down when your call base 314. Cross runway 36 right and a Yankee top of 0.65 envoy 3986. Today.
Delta is ready when you are. If you're going to Los Angeles anyway, this is an A320, Delta Flight 1041.
Towers of 20,000.
Cash Anderson with a question for the group. What is your favorite airline? And I can tell by the spelling of favorite, you may not be from here in Texas. That's a good question for the group. Joe Gipe. Oh, that's not the one I was meant to hit. Sorry, Charlene Dawkins. I was trying to hit this one from Joe Gipe. Favorite airline is AirTran. And that is an airline with a history here in Dallas-Fort Worth. It's unfortunately no longer in business. We did apparently get another subscriber, which I wasn't looking at the screen to see. So I can't acknowledge you personally, but thank you for joining us here at Runway DFW. Happy to have you with us. It gives you admission to our very lively chat room. Breezy says his favorite airline, or his or her favorite airline, is JetBlue, but they've only flown that airline in American.
341, good day.
I can name you a bunch of airlines that I've flown on that are no longer in existence. Yeah, Joe Gipe says Southwest bought AirTran, and they had no use for their aircraft because, as I recall, did they use 717s or DC-9s or something like that, which Southwest is exclusively 737, so they got rid of all their aircraft.
Okay, sir, no worries. Turn to base now. We'll follow that traffic and we'll wait for the landing clearance 314.
Michetti list of favorite airlines: Braniff, Virgin America, now Delta. Yep, I've flown on Braniff before. May it rest in peace. Yesterday on the our stream from Dallas Love Field, we got to see the old Braniff headquarters, which is now being used for some private jet operators. Somewhere down there, American Flight 70 is crossing the bridge to the east side to take off for Frankfurt.
61, DFW Terror, and M2, back over on my 35 left, first to go. Hour southwest, 2755, 5 miles out, 31 right. Tower United 662 at jobs for visual 357. 2 DFW Terror 13608, runway 35 center to the left. Southwest 2765.
Breezy said the Qatar Cargo 777 just flew over his his or her location, their location. I don't mean to misgender anybody when you're using screen names, so apologize if I get it wrong. So that's good. That means it should be showing up here soon.
Cross 36 right at Whiskey Kilo, parking in the Delta, so about 136.
Machete said, love the colorful 727s from Braniff. Yes, they had what they call flying colors, is what they call them. They painted all their aircraft different, very distinctive colors. It was fun to see them hanging out at the airport. They had a big old orange Braniff 747. At least one of them was orange. I remember that.
That is what we have. Okay, 1182, 3
From Mazatlan, we have American Flight 1348. It's an A320. Coming in on runway 36 left. Seems if I cover my mouth a little bit, the echo doesn't pick up as much. Maybe the solution is I just speak as though I'm announcing a golf tournament. Let's see if I can find where that Qatar cargo flight is. Oh, it's coming. No? Yes. Yes. Coming in from Los Angeles is Qatar Cargo 8901. And it looks like we'll be getting it on this side of the airport. In fact, we should be seeing it very soon on Runway DFW. Wes recalls one Braniff 727 had a Dallas Cowboys helmet, as he recalls. I'm guessing on the tail. Okay, I can see the Qatar cargo flight lights. There it is. Mrs. Runway DFW has endorsed the Gulf voice. Pilots lining up for the arrival now. Checking with his caddy now to see what club he should use. Okay, it's landing now.
Over to departure unit 1182, you'll have a good day.
This is coming in from Los Angeles with a load of cargo.
This is 945, take it to your Mike. Zulu, hold short of runway 35 left.
That's not it. Trats. I was looking at the wrong plane. Didn't look big enough to be a 777. Okay, let's do this over again. Here's Qatar Cargo Flight 8901 coming in from Los Angeles. It's a 777-F. It's only 1 year old. Came out of the Boeing factory in February of 2021. I apologize for getting that last aircraft wrong.
687 to Deco Lima across from me. 35 left, kind of ground point, 65. United 45 at Zulu across from me. 35 left, kind of ground point, 85 on the bridge.
I don't know enough golfing terms to make clever commentary that's golf related. But that landing was par for the course. That's what I would say. Charlie Silver, Attorney 8901, with 70. 2403, your name, Maxwell runway 35 left, go for takeoff. Takeoff 35 left, our name, Maxwell American 2403. Yeah, I need somebody holding up a paddle that says quiet.
Takeoff down. Qatar Airways 8901, turn to flower bar on the International Air Cargo 16. Thank you. Tower American 2818 with 4 miles per your class. Good job, 2374, DFW Airport, 35 Center, American 2374. Oh, land 36 left, American 2818. Good day, 193.92. We are on final runway 36 left. Left gear land, ladies. 892. Nothing.
This flight's coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico. It's American Flight 2818. Now coming in from Guadalajara in Mexico. It's Volaris flight 892, an Airbus A340, in the air for 2 hours from Guadalajara, Mexico.
Two business class rest seats, 1A and 2A, and they put a passenger in one of those, and I guess the IOC is saying we do not need two rest seats, and we do. So I think we need to get somebody out here that's supervisory level so we can have this argument, please.
That's an interesting conversation.
2500. 25 center, American 2354. 0 Romeo 2000, heading 170. We're at 2000, cleared into Bravo. 0 Romeo. 658, Arnhem to Sparrow. Arnhem, Inclusive, runway 35 left clear for takeoff. Here today. Negative turn. We'll take it. 35 left, Monoboy. Hello, Booking line for 135 left.
Well, there's the Volaris flight. Breezy, I can't reach the my phone to press your message on the screen, but he says, or Breezy says, the American Airlines jet with a U.S. Airways livery, heritage livery, is landing on the east runways. There's the Volaris flight that just landed. I did have on my notes, one of my favorites is the American Retro PSA livery. The one with the nose, the black nose, and the smile on it. But that's coming in at 6, or scheduled to leave at 6. No. Yes? To leave at 7:15. Oh no, it's coming in at 6 o'clock from Minneapolis, St. Paul. So I don't know if we're still around then. Maybe we'll get to see that. We did get to see that, I think, on our last visit here. Lining up next, we've got American Flight 2674 from Santa Ana, California. That's a 737-800. And following that will be a Frontier Flight 2136 from Las Vegas. That'll be an A320. So those are the next two arrivals on Runway DFW.
78, runway 35 left Monoboy. Let's line up in the way, number 398. 70, connect departure.
I need some bird music.
Land 36 left, 2136. 4 DFW Airways 35010, runway 35 center, clear to land. Land 35 center, American 2444.
When you hear runway 35 center or 35 left or right, that refers to the east side of DFW Airport. The planes we're seeing landing are coming in on 36 left, and they're leaving on 36 right. So there's the flight from Santa Ana.
Tower 239 Romeo Tango visual 34, we're going to Millionaire. Clear to land 239 Romeo Tango. It's been a while since we've been here. There's a Millionaire, the one there at the northbound.
Wes Westbrook is saying he likes the special liveries the best. And American has a bunch of them. Yeah, I guess aside from Frontier, which has all the tails that are different animals, American probably has the most special liveries that I'm familiar with. We got to see the 100th anniversary livery of the Qantas flight that came in last week on Sunday, which I then saw the next day on Sid Squad in Sydney.
Left 35 center, you want left or right turn off? Left turn off for runway.
I think this is the Frontier flight. I guess we missed the. Oh no, we saw the other one come in.
Quick lap 36 left, 2798.
And if you're just tuning in, these planes are coming in from the south end of the runway, of a 2-mile runway, and we're at the north end of the 2-mile runway. So they're quite a distance away when they arrive, and because we have a lot of ground haze today, everything looks like a mirage. So we're not applying any special filters to our presentation. This will be Fran the Sea Lion livery. Fran the Sea Lion, ladies and gentlemen.
Cross 36 right and Foxtrot Yankee 65 on the top of here, 25 or 21 knots.
And as we've discussed on previous broadcasts, Frontier is, of course, merging, or it has plans to merge with Spirit Airlines. And that leaves the question of what's going to happen to all those special liveries. Is it still going to be Frontier Airlines? Or will it be Spirit? Or will it be neither? I have lost this plane. Down there somewhere. where it evaporated into the haze. It was an American Eagle flight from Abilene in Texas. A very short flight of just 34 minutes. But next coming in will be American Flight 2798. It'll be an A321 coming in from San Francisco on runway DFW. Welcome to you, Majorly Annoyed. We're glad to have you with us. He's a regular here at Runway DFW. And we've had another, I can't see what it was on the screen there. Hello to you, Pro. I would like to acknowledge another payment from, or another contribution from Joseph Mitchell. Thank you, Joseph. And Deborah Klein, also with a contribution to the Runway DFW Coffee and Streaming Fund. Thank you very much to all of you. And Robert Brailsford also favored us with a contribution. Thank you to you, Robert. And here's a message to Mrs. Runway DFW. Amazon has delivered a package that you ordered. So I have a dual purpose here. Coming in from Mexico City, it's American Flight 394 in Airbus A319. On your home for DFW Airport action and echoey audio. Bill, thank you for joining us on the stream today. I believe you're in Northwest Arkansas, if I remember right. So happy to have you with us, and thank you for hanging out with us for a while on Runway DFW. We've got a quiet moment here, so let's do a little reset on Runway DFW as we look at those nice UPS aircraft. Let's get the music going and have some fun here for a second.
Clear to set up for a straight in, complete course, here, Gulf Romeo. Good afternoon, Envoy 4024,
Hello to you all. We are coming to you live from DFW Founders Plaza at DFW International Airport. It's Runway DFW in color, as always, or as most of the time. And we like to bring you several times a week lots of stuff like planes taking off and planes landing and planes taxiing. The things that you want is what we bring you. And we'll be here for the next, I don't know, couple hours and see if our batteries hold up. And we hope that you like and enjoy our broadcasts. If you do, there's a way to contribute to our coffee fund and our streaming fund. It's at streamlabs.com/Runway DFW. And if you make a contribution, you can see your name on the screen and it'll make a little ding and everything will be good. So now I'm going to take a little hydration break, turn off my mic, while you listen to this fine elevator music. And you know what? I'm tired of this elevator music. Let's get some disco going. Everybody dance. Actually, I meant to turn that off. Sorry. Probably too much disco for most folks, but I don't know. I'm kind of my kind of music. And of course, that's all music you've never heard, but sounds familiar, right? Because it's music that I purchased for our channel so that we don't get any copyright hits from YouTube. So back to the matter at hand, planes taking off and landing.
Across the right, 0.85, American 380.
And that was American Flight 2762 on its way to San Antonio in Texas. About an hour flight, I would guess. Oh. Another new subscriber? Cool. Maybe we do need a disco ball. I know that Kevin over at Airline Videos Live has disco lights when he's doing the shot from the park in the middle of the airstrip when they go down to, I don't know, it's a cool shot, especially at night. We've got a Mitsubishi CRJ 701ER coming in from Bismarck. That's North Dakota, right?
1081, contact departure.
We're into the regional hour here. It is American Eagle Flight 3088. And we're going to try to pick it out of the haze here on Runway DFW. There it is. In the back of those baggage carts. Austin is letting us know that the Finnair flight back to Helsinki should be getting 36 right for takeoff. So we'll get to see it go up in the sky when that happens. Good to know. We didn't get to see it land here on this side of the airport. We got to see it taxiing down to its slot at the International Terminal D. I joined Ken. Oh, that's not what I put up. Sorry. Thank you for that kind comment. And my touchscreen is not working very well today. I joined Ken in welcoming all the new subscribers to Runway DFW today. I don't know if we've reached 3,000 yet or not. We were on our way.
Target up to Southwest 40, right base, 31 right. Everyone, 35 left on a flight.
Yeah, there's what a Delta flight looks from the bottom. I twisted myself into a pretzel to bring you that shot.
914 traffic, 3 north of the airport, helicopter 1000 below.
That was Delta Flight 2205 off to Minneapolis, St. Paul, an A220-300. Mrs. Runway DFW informing me that we need, how many? Where it is? Where'd that, 70 more subscribers. Well, I guess we'll be optimistic. American Airlines Flight 20 to London Heathrow is headed from the International Terminal D, which we can see. It's going across the bridge over to the east side of the airport for takeoff. And if we're lucky, we'll get to see it over there, or we'll get to see it lift off. Not take off, but go up in the sky if we can catch it.
633 on that, runway 35 left, clear for takeoff. 35 left, clear for takeoff. Runway 38 to the 60th to the sky, runway 35 left, minus away, traffic crosses downfield.
My garage door just opened, my phone told me, which means that Mrs. Runway DFW is going to get her Amazon package. Let's see, it's 78 degrees according to our official DFW Airport Plaza thermometer. Oh, and we have a birthday to celebrate here at Runway DFW. Gavin Coleman. Happy birthday to you. Lots of our crew is chiming in here on the stream.
Departure, good day, Envoy 3633. Our American 2387, we're just about over jobs. 2387, just 3 tower, only 35 center, clear to land. 5 center, clear to land, American 2387. 6 are now to Meckle, only 35 left, clear for takeoff.
We've got Cargo Lux 747 arriving in 2 minutes. Let's see. Oh, it looks like it's coming in on this side. Yay. So it'll be our second Queen of the Skies of the day. Oh, now everybody's talking about soft pretzels on the chat room. That is one of my. I'd kill for a soft. I love soft pretzels. I have to say, those of you who live in Texas or adjoining states, they've now started to offer soft pretzels at QT. And they're not half bad. They're not probably not as good as Auntie Anne's, but you know, if you need a soft pretzel and you're near a QT, they can fire one up for you. Breezy, there's no shame in not liking soft pretzels. I endorse them, but I don't force them on anybody. I don't think Mrs. Runway DFW endorses soft. I've never seen her eat one. But you get her to the State Fair of Texas, and she may go for a Belgian waffle or two. So this Queen of the Sky is coming in from Mexico City. It's Cargo Lux. We've seen I've seen several Cargo Lux special liveries. The mask one and the cutaway one. This one looks standard. We'll come into a little better focus as it gets closer to us. And I don't think there's any chance whatsoever of it going long, for those of you who watch airline videos live. But at least aside from those sheds, we don't have any buildings blocking our view.
Departure today, Jetlink 70.
We've got a standoff here.
Papa Juliet, you're departing DFW class Bravo airspace radar service terminated frequency change approved supposed to be a far today. 509 that's 135 left, let's take off.
There are a lot of model aficionados, airplane model aficionados on these streams. Deborah's got a model of the Cargo Lux with the black snoot. I don't have any airplane models. I don't have room for them, really. We're talking about salt. Soft pretzels generally come with salt. And I was looking for Ken G's comment about not being a huge fan of salt. I think if you go to QT, where you get those frozen variety, you can just not put any salt on it. I'm not a big fan of salt either. I don't put any salt on anything that I eat. So I make an exception for soft pretzels. When I was growing up, I used to put salt on everything because I saw everybody putting salt on things before they even ate it. And one day I decided, well, why am I doing that? And so I just stopped doing it. I never pick up the salt shaker.
Visual 3 o'clock. Clear to land 36 left, Envoy 4151.
What I think we're looking at there is an American 777 headed to its hangar here on the west side. A 22-year-old aircraft. If I'm not mistaken, if that's the one. Okay, now you're saying, well, where are all the aircraft? We got American Flight 2437, which is rolling, or it looks like it's rolling, or it's starting to roll, or it's about to roll, on its way to Los Angeles. I see it. Somewhere down there. There it is. Off to LAX. On Runway DFW.
49.5, final 365.
Well, it is. There's the sky. And as everybody knows, in Texas, we've got a big sky. And there you see it. No clouds, or just a little puffy one or two here and there.
Runway 35 left, clear for takeoff.
Looks like we've got a Viva Aero bus, flight 685, on its way back to Monterey, which will be coming at us momentarily. We saw it arriving a short time ago, or an hour ago. We'll get to see a little more of its livery this time as it passes overhead. There it is. Craig, this is DFW International Airport, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, in the US of A. It's just about 5 o'clock local time here. This is the home base of American Airlines.
1559, contact departure today. Departure today,
And the home of Pretzel Talk on Runway DFW.
Juliet, hold short 18 left, 18 right on way 395, 18 left. Thank you. I took our delay, hold short. Wait on board 43. 2081, 3081,
No worries, Craig. You may be referring to the air traffic control, which is not allowed to be rebroadcast in the UK, as I understand it, or at least at some airports in the UK. So that may have been a little confusing. And yes, Major Leonid, I did twist. I did have to twist a bit to get that shot while I was keeping track of all the cables that connect everything. I think that's what started the Pretzel Talk. Well, it's around the top of the hour, and we don't always do this, but we do like to let everybody know what we're doing. You are watching Runway DFW in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. We bring you live streaming from the airport at least a couple times a week. Yesterday we were at Dallas Love Field for the first time. And so hang out with us for a while, would you? Like and subscribe and all that good stuff. Dance! If you are so inclined to leave us a tip for some coffee or streaming expenses, there's where you can do it. Streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. used that that music to my grandson, my 5-year-old grandson, did a dance. He called it the nerd dance, and it was just there was no music associated with it. So I put that music that we just played to it. Very cute. Well, back to the matters at hand, which is watching aircraft come and go. We're looking towards the south end of the airport here. If you weren't with us earlier, we've got a north wind today, which means all the aircraft are, and we're at the north end of runways 36 right and 36 left, or as they're designated today. It's 18 right and 18 left when the planes are on this, whatever. At any rate, we are awaiting now the arrival of a flight from Oaxaca, Mexico, American Flight 2468. I love that flight number, 2468. It's an A319, and it's coming in on runway 36 left.
472 DFW Tower.
There it is. Majorly annoyed. I took 4 years of Spanish in high school and I think 2 more in college, and you would think I'd be totally fluent in Spanish at this point. Sad to say I am not.
High speed, left turn right, kilo 8, hold short of right, 35 left. Before, left turn right, kilo 8, hold short of runway 35 left. Left turn right, kilo 8, hold short of runway 35. American 1669, contact departure today. 1669, departure.
Here's our Killeen flight of the afternoon from Killeen, Texas, which is about a 30-minute journey in the air. It's an Embraer 145. They're hardly in the first course of their 3-course in-flight meal, and now they have to land.
72, contact departure, good day. 72, good day. Nice, we take off, American 1993.
Maybe they can get doggy bags.
Satellite echo on 141. At ground 0.65. So Yankee trade up 360 right now.
This will be American Flight 1924 from Hayden, Colorado. 737.
Center. 1693 DFW Tower, 10206, runway 35 center, cleared line.
Austin Swafford in the chat is saying that the Finnair is leaving now. Look at the old radar here. Not seeing our Finnish friends lit up. Oh yeah, there it is. Let us. Austin was right. There it is. And I agree, that is a cool livery. I mean, you know, there's no mistaking what that is. And if we're lucky, it'll take off on this side and we'll get to see it go up. Finnair just started flying to Dallas Fort Worth last week on Sunday. We were here for the arrival and its subsequent departure.
American 665 visual 361 parking west. Land 36 left, American 665.
Stand by for a Finnair joke.
Heavy runway 35, well out of the way. Traffic crosses downfield. 3146 on visual 35 right.
Skyline 3146 DFW Tower, 13606, runway 35 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 35 right, 3146. 1.65.
Over on the east side, we've got American Flight 36, 777 lining up to go to Madrid. But again, we're on the west side, so you won't get to see that. We will get to see this beautiful Finnair A340 begin its journey back to Helsinki.
Left, clear for takeoff. Visual 365. Envoy 4103, visual 35 right.
Envoy 4103 DFW Tower, runway 35 right, clear to land, 13406.
35 right, clear to land, Envoy 4103. 35129, thanks to via Mike, and
Breezy letting us know that the Lufthansa Star Alliance livery, which we saw coming across from the east side after it landed, we didn't see it land, is pushing back now from International Terminal D here at the big airport on a sunny Saturday afternoon. And you see how far down, you see those planes taking off, and the big Finnair jet has to go all the way down to where the takeoff point is. And as we've mentioned quite a bit here, it's It's about 2 miles, maybe even a little more from where we are standing.
2460 Bob and inbound. 129, branch only 35 left on the bridge, 1.85. 6 clear line, 36 left, parking west.
There's a United flight taking off.
1576, T3 tower, runway 35 left on its way, traffic.
The newer livery model. There's another pretzel shop.
2051 DFW Tower, runway 35 right, clear plan with 3306.
Yes, Ken, we do have United here. Flies to several destinations. Let's see if we can find that big old Finnair. There it is. Oh, it's made.
Tower Southwest 20. Tower, keep it quick around the corner, runway 35 left, line up and wait.
Yes, majorly annoyed. We do have some long taxis here at the big airport, and especially when you're landing on one side and taking off on the other, or vice versa. And they were getting photobombed by a Dreamliner, which is coming out of the American hangar. So now, in addition to the ground haze, we've got jet wash obscuring our Finnair flight. It's a crazy quilt of planes over there.
Juliet, hold short, right American 2046.
Emerging runway operations. 5 left, flat, way to American 2438.
Both sides. United 2051 north and Quebec.
What you're hearing but not seeing is an American flight 9781. It's a 777. So the sounds of a 777 on its way to Amarillo, Texas.
Traffic 342 Romeo, DFW Tower, runway 35 right, clear to land, and 350 at 5.
I don't know.
35 right, clear to land.
We have questions here at Founders Plaza. Why is a 777 on Amarillo? I know that American's maintenance base is in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Kilo short of 36 right on board 365. 1821 is checking in about.
Okay, well, here comes Finnair, and I don't know how much of it we're going to see. now people too.
Expect to land, we'll hold for the American 1841.
Here it comes.
An American 2377 actually, still Mike Echo Julia, hold short 35 left. 77 Mike Echo Julia, hold short 35 left. Mike Echo Julia, hold short 35 left. Air 2438 around the back of the line, 35 left, please take off. Have to take off, last on F2. Runway heading 3000,
89 tonight, heading 030.
right turn 030, Sky 30.
American 2046.
But it's about to midnight, so get her right.
89, contact the code 124.3.
4.3, Sky 30.
Airshell 5881. Test the field ahead tonight in November for the Echo Echo is monitored ground point 65.
And scene.
So 2 miles northeastbound is a regional jet 2000. Melon Hunter.
Dragon 314 Romeo, north line Quebec for the Echo Echo route and monitor ground point 65.
And there goes that Dreamliner that temporarily interrupted our shot, headed over to the terminal area for its next destination. Oh boy. Okay, majorly annoyed. I did get a chuckle out of that one. It's my kind of humor, grandpa humor.
Number 1474 is with you, visual 35 right.
Action 1474, DFW Tower is 010 at 9, error on my 35 right, clear to land.
35 right, clear to land, American 1474.
Okay, we've got the Lufthansa A340. It's looks like it's number 2 to take off over there on the east side of the airport. So what we'll do is we will be on the lookout for it as it takes off, and that way once it clears the buildings on the other side, we'll at least get the chance to look at it as it lines up or as it goes up in the air. Kind of did the same thing as it was arriving. We saw it going up, or we saw it coming down on the other side from far away. So it's the best we can do as far as our look at the A340 this week, because of those winds from the north. They've calmed down a little bit. And at some point, they will be shifting to the south, but not right now.
Echo 1100, testing north on Quebec for the Echo Echo route, monitor ground point 65.
So, visual 35, 35 right.
1017 DFW Tower and 03010 over on my 35 right, clear to land.
Go land 35 right, here.
I seem to have lost the Lufthansa flight from my radar.
American 1977. Center. Whiskey Juliet, hold short of 36, right American. 1977.
I'm looking for it now.
5.65, Quebec, Echo,
Flights kind of come and go from the radar sometimes. I would like to acknowledge, and this is quite a while ago, so I apologize for it. I would like to acknowledge Major Leonoid for a nice contribution to Runway DFW. Thank you, Major Leonoid. And we will see you next time, hopefully. Thanks again for your contribution. I appreciate it. And for the humor. I'm still looking for the... Oh, there it is. Okay. No, that's not it. I'm looking for the Lufthansa flight, and I'm going to follow it here on my radar. It looks like it's next in line to take off. So what we're going to do now is look over in that direction. And coming from behind those buildings in short order, what's this? Is this a go-around? What is this? It's right above us. I don't know where that flight came from or where it's going. I think it was a go-around. It looked like it was going straight up in the air. I don't think it took off from here. Huh. Okay, the Lufthansa flight is now taxiing, so look for it. We've got 6 American Airlines planes crossing the runway right now. I've never seen that many go across at the same time. There it is. Oh. It took off pretty heavy. There's the A340, so we get a good look at the Star Alliance livery. I was expecting to go up in the air from behind the buildings, but wow.
Visual for 35 center. 4030 DC Tower, 35 center, clear to land, wind at 0107. Yeah, 35 center, on board 4030. 439 heavy contact departure today. Up to 439 heavy today. 3983 Alpha on 4. 36 left, American 2655. I got 2 lines, you can track them, take off on 141. They've lost, board right now, 191. Runway 31 right, even to land. Land 35 right, on board 3696.
Okay, so 89 DFW Tower, we're going to go at 8 runway 31 right, clear to land. 31 right, clear to land.
As we said before, that's the only plane with 4 engines that conveys passengers from DFW Airport currently. But that will change on July 1st when British Airways is scheduled to start flying its A380 to DFW Airport from London. That's about as far as we can get with that. But yeah, I was totally not expecting it to come up like right over there. I was expecting it more to go up into the sky over there. But it's a big aircraft, so probably needs a little extra room to take off. Here we've got a young plane spotter, getting a good look at what's going on. The A340 is headed over Louisville Lake right now, to the north of us, banking to the east. All right, headed off to Portland now is American Flight 2655, an A321. Somewhere out there. Did I miss it? There it is. No. There it is. Hello, Brandon. I see your message, and I will address that shortly. Thank you. I don't know. Well, I know how that could have happened. Yes, I selected the wrong. I have many profiles here. There. People were commenting on our logo, and I made a special one for yesterday for our broadcast from Love Field. And so I set up a new profile. This is all technical talk. I set up a new profile to address that issue, and I clicked on the wrong profile when I switched back. I don't think we've had it up the whole time, but okay. Anyway, you know where you are. You're at Runway DFW. It's at DFW Airport today. We've got quite a crowd of people over here. They're all parked in the shade. I had to move because my wires were getting tangled. There's a big crowd there in front of that UPS 747. We're about to lose our shade.
3089, use Romeo 2, and taxi straight ahead, join November.
If it was easy enough, I could reposition our equipment, but that would take yeah. Here, let me show you what's going on here. So here we are. We're adjacent to this picnic table. We've got this nice canopy over us, right? And for the last several hours, it's been providing us with a nice shade. But as the sun goes down, you can see the shadows are getting longer. And if I were about, 10 feet in front of us, I could continue to be in the shade. But if I was there earlier, I would not have been in the shade. So. One of the operational considerations that we have here at Runway DFW.
Jason, continue straight ahead, and then right turn on November, and then once you're on November, you just follow the loop all the way around.
Okay, let's look for planes, shall we? We're here to spot planes and not talk about shadows and such.
Air 1260 DFW Tower with 0309, runway 35 center for land.
Sir, first day using it, I think. 207, monitor ground point 65.
165,
Air Shuttle 5775, northbound Quebec for the Echo route and monitor ground point 65.
Air takeoff for Southwest. 26, where are you parking? Alpha 8. 26, hold short, runway 35, left at Echo Juliet. 35 left at Alpha Juliet, Echo Juliet, American 29. American 1640 DFW Tower, runway 35 left, miles away. One to 880, Niner Victor, station 34.
It's quiet now at Runway DFW. There must be something I can show you. There is Terminal D, where the international flights come and go. There are domestic flights that operate out of there as well. American has 5 passenger terminals, 3 of which are exclusively dedicated to American Airlines aircraft and American Eagle. And then there's the international terminal, which all airlines who fly internationally can operate out of. And then there's Terminal E, where the other airlines go. Like that one. There's a Delta Jet, and here comes a Spirit. And I'm a little puzzled as to why it's coming over here, because it should have a terminal on the other side. Maybe it's, oh, it's coming in from Cancun. Okay, so that's why. It's flight 1017 coming in from Cancun, so it's got to check in at the international terminal over here. If their merger goes through, Spirit and Frontier, Spirit and Frontier would become the second largest carrier, passenger carrier at DFW. But they still have only a fraction of what American and American Eagle carry into and out of here.
DFW Tower, runway 35 center for land. Hey, Dallas, station clear. Dallas, Delta. Echo Kilo, cross runway 35, left, connect ground point 65. I just wanted to pass along to those rampers that we do not have a so
Oh, there's the PSA livery. Okay, there you go. Look at that. A smiling face. Did we miss that coming in? There's the full look at it. One of American's heritage livery jets. It appears to be headed over the bridge to the east side for terminal action. Or maybe it's going somewhere. Let's see if I can figure that out for you. I know I had it on my card today. There you see the Dallas skyline behind it. It's going over a bridge which bisects the airport. Over there on the east side where there are terminals and 3 north-south runways. Looks like we've got Alaska Airlines flight 402 lining up to go back to Portland. Oh, there it is. It's a fur piece, as they say here in Texas. Ramon, thank you for the kind comment. And you are more than welcome. We hope you are a subscriber to Runway DFW. We were at Dallas Love Field yesterday for about 90 minutes. We had some connectivity problems, but I was able to do a compilation video, which kind of shortened that to about 45 minutes. So if you want to see what goes on at Dallas Love Field, which is, stone's throw from here to the east, you can watch that later on at your convenience. It's on demand. It's like HBO, except it's free. Except we don't have any stars or stuff. I'm blowing away a spider that was on my camera. Am I going to have to get Terminix out here before my next broadcast? I have mentioned before on the channel that I got a spider bite once and was in the hospital for a week. A brown recluse spider.
Operations 2655. We're Bravo 6. Can you plug in the ground power so I can shut the APU down?
So here we go, off to Portland, Oregon, not Maine. And now, if Flight Radar 24 is to be believed, American Flight 417, an A321, is taking off for Phoenix. No, that's arriving.
They never plugged this in at Bravo 6, but we're leaving. Go get your short. This is right here.
All right, well, I lost sight of that. Did it just disappear? Did it decide not to go to Phoenix?
Again, 1427, visual 36 left.
Well, we'll shift our focus to American Airlines Flight 1321 coming in from Denver. This will be an A321. For your enjoyment, exclusively on Runway DFW. Unless somebody else is broadcasting this right now. I'm about to get photobombed. I'll tell you what we're supposed to be seeing as we go on through the evening or the late afternoon. Supposed to see a Qatar departure to Doha, followed by the Qatar Cargo 777 to Nagoya in Japan. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Coming in from Querétaro in Mexico. It's American Flight 1427, an A319. Runway DFW.
Potable water and waste service. Both those service on the plane for up departure.
I guess you're hearing what I'm hearing on the radio chatter. They need water and waste service on a plane that's waiting. You would think that wouldn't be needed unless the plane's been waiting for a while.
Straight on Whiskey, American 1427. American 2060, Bob. That's static. Station with ready to go. 2060, Bobbin, parking with us. 2060, Kulan, 365.
Trying to see what the N number is there because I can't. I don't see that on the radar. Just taxiing about, I guess.
35 left, and a trail, 0.69. 35 left on, that's a 3 left on,
I've got some departures lining up. Way down yonder at the other end. First one looks to be a... Where'd it go? It's going to San Antonio. San Antonio is a city in Texas.
American 1111, visual 35, center. 1111, DFW Airways 3605, 35 center, land 35 center, American 1111.
Next, what do we look at here? Got American Flight 1060 on its way to Austin. This will be an A320. Lifting off into the sky.
American 1212. Runway 35 left, take off. Back close to take off 35 left. Take 10, 8 miles, 31 right. Land 31 right. Yep.
Was going almost higher than my tripod could accommodate. And that was American Eagle Flight 5742 off to Kansas City. A CRJ something or other. 900.
American 1212, see you on Monday.
The smooth sounds of a 737-800 on its way to Austin, Texas. American Flight 2842.
Jobs, 35 cents. American Flight 21, 35 cents. American 1029, 310.
I was having trouble picking that out.
1111 cross runway 35 left to the Echo, 7 ground point. 35 left to the Echo, ground point 35 American 1111. Go 313 left to left.
Seems to be the time of day when flights are lifting off the ground, and at the other end they're taking off. That was Frontier Flight 2135 off to Las Vegas with the Sea Lion livery. Looks like we've got American Flight 2009 on its way to Seattle, an A321. The next contestant on Runway DFW. Somewhere way down there.
Sorry to keep bugging you, but we got bad thunder for a while and ran out of bottled water. Can we get an insert of bottled water for us to play?
Austin, so nice of you to come aboard Runway DFW this afternoon. We appreciate your patronage. We hope to see you again soon. Thank you. So many nice folks here show up every time we do a live broadcast. As the afternoon goes on, I've noticed the ground haze is kind of diminished a bit. There you see our dry Texas ground, although right over there you can see there's some water that collected from a bit of rain we got. Was it last night or the night before? I've lost track of time. It was while I was sleeping. Next departure is American Flight 1612 to Santa Ana. It'll be a 737-800 on Runway DFW. And my clue as to where the departure area is those little sheds there. I point my camera in that general vicinity. I guess I was wrong. Or did it already take off? That's not it. Got a Dreamliner coming in from Cancun. I don't recall seeing American operate 787s to Cancun. But it looks like it's a little bit away, but it looks like it's coming in on this side. It's about 2 minutes away. This aircraft's coming in from RTB Roatan in Mexico. The 737-800, which has been in the air almost 3 hours. And now we're about to follow the progress of American Flight 2874, a Dreamliner from Cancun. And I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like we just finished up with our maintenance delay. We're ready to push back to the ground crew to come back out.
There it is. Maybe I've been watching flights come to and from Cancun before, and I don't remember American operating a Dreamliner, but of course I'm not here every day of the week. Usually when I'm here, I'm often on Sundays, so maybe it's just a weekend thing. Cancun is a very popular destination, though, from Dallas Fort Worth, so it's some kind of nice surprise that a jumbo is on the case.
Around the TFR here, they'll be north to northwest.
Affirmative, American 2791 for Airport departure.
2791, Arnett. Echo for 835, London, first takeoff.
Echo, takeoff runway 35, welcome American 2791.
Runway 3891, over the number, 20105, and then 36 left. Qatar 40, visual 319. That's it.
Well, the long distance visibility is definitely a little better than it was this afternoon, or earlier this afternoon, I should say.
136 right with kilo. Switch over.
But to repeat, this is not the ideal configuration for us when the operations are at the other end of the runway. Hopefully next time we're here, we will see the aircraft taking off in front of us and landing in front of us here at the north end of the west side of DFW Airport. You are watching Runway DFW live and in color from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. It's 6:02 local time, and we'll be here for a little bit more to bring you all the excitement and fun from one of the world's busiest airports. And if you would like to contribute to my coffee fund or to help us with streaming expenses, there's where you can go, streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. Your contribution will be acknowledged on screen if everything is working right. And I thank you very much in advance for helping us out at Runway DFW. I'm going to take a hydration break. Dance, everybody. By the way, if you'd like to be in the studio audience and get tickets for an upcoming broadcast of Runway DFW, well, we don't have a studio and we don't have an audience, but you are welcome to come down here to DFW Founders Plaza anytime to watch what goes on and come by and say hello to us if you are so inclined when we're hanging out. So here we are for another hour of Runway DFW. We're in our fourth hour now. Well, actually, we're in our fifth hour. We've completed our fourth hour. That's some of the crowd in the unofficial Runway DFW studio audience. There must be something happening here.
Wind 0205, runway 35 left. That was kilo, cross of 36 right, and then 85 over ground on way 891.
There's an American Eagle flight coming in from Huatulco in Mexico. Just landed. Embraer 175 LR. American Eagle flight 3891.
40 10,
Brandon, I promise you that the aircraft you see in our logo was not lifted from an old deck of Braniff playing cards unless the person who designed Braniff playing cards was using clip art from Adobe. I don't think they had Adobe back then. But thank you for the compliment, I guess. Everything old is new again.
Any update on our gates? Quebec 132 Alpha Echo, currently a mile and a half west of Federal Airport with Zulu, inbound for UT Southwest. 50 visual, 365. 365, runway 4150. Bravo for 132.
Breezy says American Airlines One World livery is a few minutes out. I'll be on the lookout for that. Oh, I see it now. Coming in from Burbank, in beautiful downtown Burbank, California. It's a 737-800, which is 3 minutes out, but I can't tell. I think it's going to come in on this side. Seems to be making that kind of a turn.
W Tower, American 1208, 3000 visual, runway 35 center, coming back to the right of way. 1208, distance there, fix, wind 0107, runway 35 center, good land.
Oh, and that was, you just heard the ATC talking to the pilot of Flight 1208, and they're going to land on 35 Center, which is on the east side of the airport, so, oh well.
American 2346, going to Charlie Port. American 2346, Hunter, westbound Echo Kilo, you can take to the ramp this frequency. Echo Kilo, text to the ramp this frequency for minute X, American 2346.
There you see a Qatar Airways flight, which is scheduled to take off, I think, while we're still here. Here comes American Eagle Flight 4150 coming from Asheville in, oh no, is it Asheville, North Carolina or South Carolina? At any rate, there it is. Well, there it was.
That's 1427.
The Aviation checking in to say that they filmed the Emirates and Qatar planes a couple days ago, or say 2 days yesterday. Anyway, yeah, they're fun to see. Coming in from halfway around the world. That one's wasting no time getting to the gate. But yeah, it has quieted down a little bit now. Let me check my note cards, which I'll let you see my note cards, which I prepare in advance. Yeah, let's see, it's 6:12 local time.
2596, switching visual 35 center. 2596, get to there with 010 at 8.
The Qatar Airways flight to Doha was scheduled as of last night to go out at 6:35, so we should be seeing that soon. And then 10 minutes later, the Qatar cargo flight, which is a 777, will be off to Nagoya, Japan, if that schedule is maintained. If you haven't already, and if you like what you see, I hope you'll like our stream today and subscribe to Runway DFW, because that way you'll be in on our little club. You can get to chat with all of our fine folks, and it's totally free. No cost to you at all to subscribe to Runway DFW. And if you click the notification bell, as I'm sure you know what that does, it'll let you know when we're on the air again. And since our schedule is a little bit irregular, that will help you to know in advance, usually at least 12 hours in advance, when we will be on the air. Thank you. Okay, and the Aviation is letting us know that their filming of the Emirates and Qatar aircraft was yesterday. So we've cleared that up for all of y'all. Well, it's coming up on 6:15, and I think we'll hang out at least until those two Qatari aircraft do what they're going to do, and hopefully they'll both take off from this side of the airport on their way back to the Middle East.
center, jobs. 1008 DFW Air, runway 35 center, turn lane is 3505.
There's the central tower of DFW Airport, which is my understanding that it's no longer used as a control tower because we've got two others here, one on the west and one on the east sides. So DFW Airport, if you're listening, that would probably be a perfect place for Runway DFW World Headquarters. Get it set up there with a couple of cameras and a control room and stream all day and night. So let us know. RunwayDFW at gmail.com. That's my address.
2581 DFW Air, wind 3605, runway 35 center, turn lane. That's Air Cleveland American 2581. Tower Southwest 3391 visual 31 right.
So quiet right now.
3391 Cleveland 31 right.
But that silence will soon be broken as American Flight 817 arrives from Bozeman, Montana. So 737-800, it's American Flight 817. And that's the next thing we're going to look at on Runway DFW. And one of my trusted slogans is, you're not going to be seeing any flights from Bozeman on that big jet TV. That's what I got to say. Take that, Jerry. Spiders crawling on my camera. I'm trying to blow it away. We have a questioner here. Where is the airport? And this is Dallas Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, USA, if that's helpful. DFW is the airport designation. And I would hate to mispronounce your name, Mohammed Nur Hakim. Mohammed Nur Hakim. Sorry if I mispronounced that. We don't see Malaysia Airlines here at DFW currently, as Brad Owen has chimed in to say. We are an international airport, but we don't get all the international airlines. Like, for instance, I don't think we have any, except for cargo flights, we don't have any Chinese airlines that fly in and out of here for whatever reason. But maybe there'll be some airlines you see on here that you don't see at the airport in your neighborhood. So that's kind of the beauty of all this streaming from airports is, you know, I love watching these other streams from airports far afield like Sydney and London and Los Angeles and Chicago and Miami. It's just so cool to see all the aircraft that you don't see here. And conversely, you're going to see a few aircraft here that you don't see at those other airports. So it's all good. Heading down to the takeoff line now is American Flight 1430 to San Francisco. I'm looking to see if either of the Qatari flights has lit up on the radar yet, and I don't see either one of them yet. But to repeat, we're expecting a Qatar passenger plane to Doha to lift off, to head out to the gate very soon, and that should be followed, at least according to the schedule, by a Qatar cargo flight to Japan.
Cross at Echo Kilo, ground voice American 25.
And MR Rice wishes that Singapore Airlines would fly into DFW someday. Well, we did see a Singapore 747 earlier this afternoon. It was a cargo plane, however. So if you look back on our stream, you can rewind and be kind and take a look at that. I can't tell you what the timestamp was. You'll see up in the corner of our screen, the upper right-hand corner, is our exclusive Flip Clock 79 technology, which is giving you the 24-hour clock of real time here at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. So it's 6:21, 18:21 in the evening, or in the afternoon, late afternoon here. One of our commenters in the stream, Divyesh, wants to become a cabin crew. And our stream is not affiliated with any airlines. We're just taking pictures of them. But that sounds like it would be an interesting career. My ex-sister-in-law used to be a flight attendant for Braniff. I don't know, I'm being attacked by Spider-Man. I think I'm just brushing away a spider web from my camera. Where's it coming from? Speaking of where things are coming from, we've got American Flight 1906 coming in from San Pedro Sula. It's a 737-800, and that'll be our next arrival on Runway DFW. Oh, it's almost here. We've got some chat going on about long flights and about how the runs to Doha and to Sydney are both probably among the longest flights here at DFW. And of course, Emirates to Dubai. I did have a chance about 5 years ago to fly to Seoul from here nonstop. That was a long flight. But fortunately, I had enough advantage miles to go first class. I think it's the only time I ever went first class anywhere. And if you got to go first class, you might as well save it up for a really, really super long flight. That doesn't look like an American Airlines plane. That's the Volaris. It's an A340. It's flight 893 on its way back to Guadalajara in Mexico. Volaris is the airline that has kind of the, I don't know what to make of. You can't really see it from here. You'll see it better when it passes by us. I'm talking about the tail art, which looks like it's, you know what they do on television when they don't want you to see somebody's face and they pixelate it out, so you just kind of see a bunch of moving squares instead of the face. Well, that's what their logo on the tail looks like to me. It's like they're trying to obscure their real tail art. There goes past the screen. That was American Flight 2722 coming in from Reno, Nevada. There's that Volaris flight again. It doesn't look like it has any competition in its bid to lift off back to Guadalajara. And there goes Michelle RS. Michelle RS, I don't know how old you are, but when I think of Volaris, I do think of that song. I'm sure it's just a tune that your grandparents hummed to you. But there, check out the tail art and let me know what you think. If you can see it from this angle. I don't know if you've got the name of your airline starts with the letter V. That'd be a good logo, just some kind of stylized letter V. Okay, keeping an eye out for the those Qatari flights. You know what I'll do. I'll go to my departure board. My departure board is slow. Okay, I'll accept cookies.
Down 16, maintain VFR 2005,
Okay, the estimated departure of the Qatar Airlines flight to Doha has been pushed back from 6:35 to estimated 7:03. So I guess we'll hang out for that, and we may call it a day. The Qatar cargo plane is now estimated at 6:55. That's a 777 off to Nagoya in Japan. So that's now 6:55, and the other one was so the cargo flight is scheduled to go out before the other one. Okay.
3-1 right behind the landing traffic, and then we'll plan to make
And Michelle explains why the Volare song pops into her head when she hears the word Volaris. And she also comments that we've got a new subscriber, another new subscriber to Runway DFW. Welcome to you. I didn't see it pop up, so I don't know what your name is, but welcome in. And thank you for subscribing as we climb that mountain to 3,000 subscribers. I'd like to thank Rodrigo Gomez, who a little while ago favored us with a PayPal donation. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. That's very much appreciated. There's a 777 headed back to the terminal area after getting a little refreshment over from the DFW hangars. Maybe a cleaning, maybe a, I don't know, what do they do? Clean it. Let it rest. Put some fuel in it. Back to flying around.
Cabin at 92 degrees. I have computer expectations dated April 2nd, 2022. Left tank is 20.1. Right tank is 20.5. Center tank is 0.
We're on American Eagle Flight 3749. It's an Embraer 145.
92 degrees. 57 contact departure.
Not one of your bigger jets. It's on its way to Waco. Is it Waco? Yeah, Waco. That, again, is not one of your longer flights either. Where is it? Anybody see an E145? Ah. I think we found it. And yeah, the ground haze has cleared up a little bit from before. It was really bad earlier in the afternoon. Now it looks less like an impressionist painting and more like, Walt, your camera's out of focus.
The 1608 and Echo Kilo, cross runway 35 left, contact ground point 65.
And it's rolling, so I'll get back in position.
102650, contact departure, good day.
Off to Waco, which is about a 30-minute flight. Waco's in Texas, in central Texas. Kind of between here and Austin, which is the capital of Texas.
Switching all boys, there,
Well, kind of blurred out there. Now arriving from San Luis Obispo in California. It's American Eagle Flight 4066, an Embraer 175 on runway DFW. As I watch this spider continue to crawl across my camera, if you see something that looks creepy and crawly on the lens, that'll be it. Wasn't San Luis Obispo? If you watch old movies, and I watch old movies, and it involved a train in California, And they were at the station, and the announcer would list off a bunch of crazy California names like Cucamonga and San Luis Obispo, kind of intermediate stops as to, if it was going to San Francisco. It's gotten very quiet. This would be a great time for those Qatar aircraft to take off, because as it's currently scheduled, we're expecting to see an A340 take off for Doha, passenger plane, and then a 777 take off for Nagoya, Japan. Perhaps not in that particular order. Now, what's this I'm seeing? I'm seeing a plane parked at the north end of the runway. The winds haven't shifted positions. This plane came in 20 minutes ago from Manzanillo in Mexico. It's American Eagle Flight 5921, and for some reason it's parked here at the north side of the runway. I don't know if it's waiting for a gate. It's a CRJ 900 LR aircraft. That's the east control tower behind it. So it did come in, and then it was directed to park there, I guess. I don't see any emergency vehicles around it as though it's having some kind of a problem with a passenger who's ill or unruly. It was a 2.5-hour flight from Manzanillo. And it could be a matter of gates, of course, because it's going into the international, it would be going to the International Terminal D. And there just may be no gates currently available. And maybe because of the delay in other planes leaving, like the Qatar Airways flight, there's just no place for it to park. So that'd be frustrating for a passenger to have to kind of hang out in one of the smaller aircraft that comes in and out of here. Michelle, as a kid, I went to San Simeon to the Hearst Castle, gorgeous. And Mrs. Runway DFW and I did that about, I'm going to say 10 years ago now. We drove down the PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway, and stopped. We spent a whole day at the Hearst Castle, and I think we went on every tour that was available. And that was really quite interesting. Hearst Castle, for those of you who don't know, was the home of William Randolph Hearst, who was a big business baron. He owned many newspapers. It's on the coast of California. San Simeon is up on a hill overlooking just beautiful. A beautiful landscape. You can see the ocean from up there, and it was never the mansion or the castle was never finished. It's a pretty amazing place to go, and I would recommend it if you ever have a chance. What you see there is in the background is an American 777. I don't have any flight information for that. Did it come in? Oh no, it apparently had been parked over on the east side according to Flight Radar, and then it's taxiing over to this side for further instructions, I guess. We're watching this plane because we don't know what's going on with it. We assume there's passengers on it. We have a United flight going out to Denver. It's an A319. It's United Airlines flight 1748. It's rolling down the runway. And we're going to take a look at it here on Runway DFW.
Envoy 4027 is with you. Forward 365. I 185 Echo, I need the departure frequency, the one listed this morning. 136 Mike Echo. Control 71, coming up on days for 357. 09 shows the rolling 351, clear for takeoff.
I'm seeing a 777 on the radar. It's Qatar Air, which is traveling
American 1271
from Orlando to Los Angeles. Let's see if I can spot it in the sky. It should be to the south of us, but I'm not seeing any contrails up there. Occasionally we can spot some big jets way up in the sky from here as they travel across our territory. But this one, I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. It's not making any contrails though, so I don't know if I'll be able to pick it up. Is that it? Get in focus. And now I look up and I don't see it with my eyes. Oh. Well, sorry, folks. I hoped to bring you another 747, but it was not to be. So instead, you all, hang on a second.
Your 1415 is on the visual for runway 35 center. 1415 DFW Tower, runway 35 center, clear to land 1030 at 7. Land runway 35 center for American 1415. 1709 at Echo Kilo, cross runway 35 left, 0.65.
Sorry for the interruption. We had a young man who was asking, what are you doing here? And so I told him, and he pulled out his phone and decided to see what we're up to. So where was I? So DFW Missoula. There's a flight coming in from Missoula, Montana. If these fine folks will get out of the way. It's American Eagle flight 4027. And E175. That's almost a 3-hour flight, 2 hours and 45 minutes. We've got yet another flight coming in from Killeen, Texas. And this took off less than 30 minutes ago. So we got your international flights, we got your regional flights. What more could you ask for? And as we await our Qatar flights for their departure, we are looking at, wow, got a lot of regional stuff. From Wilmington, I'm going to guess that's Delaware. Is there another Wilmington that we should be aware of? It's American Eagle Flight 4122 from Wilmington. E175. It's there somewhere. There it is.
Reflection 497 is 6 mile right base, tree 1 right. Clear for takeoff.
Wilmington, North Carolina, Breezy says.
How long it's going to be for you?
Okay. Sometimes I wish either I would be more knowledgeable of all the three-letter airport designations, or Flight Radar 24 would be a little more specific. That's all I ask. Yeah, look, it's really clearing up as far as the distance viewing goes. Does it still have its nose up?
946, are you guys ready now? Sterling 1415, correction, American 1415, at taxiway Echo Kilo, cross runway 35 left, ground point 65 on the other side. Right, Echo Kilo, cross 35 west, point 65, American 1415. 720, contact departure.
Jackson Carr, thank you for your subscription to Runway DFW. Welcome to our family. Nice to have you on board, and all those other airline terms. Okay, there's the Qatar passenger flight. I believe it's an A350, which is headed back to Doha. We expect within the next 10 minutes or so, at least that's the last I saw. Let's see if there's an update on that.
A251 DFW Tower, runway 35 left, on a boy. On a boy, 35 up to there.
So that's scheduled currently. Estimated time is 7:03, which is less than 15 minutes from now. Whereas someone's asking about Singapore Airlines. The Singapore Airlines Cargo 747 is scheduled to begin a flight to Brussels at 6:50. Hey, it's 6:50 now. So I think we're going to get to see another, or we'll get to see that one taking off.
position. Contact ground flight 65.
So I'll be on the lookout for that. So a couple things to, is that moving? No. So a couple things to be aware of. We should see two Qatar Airways flights bound for taking off in different directions. One is a cargo flight. We should see a Singapore Airlines cargo 747, which will be pushing back for a takeoff in the next few minutes. And I think that will close out our afternoon of live broadcasting from the big airport.
2251 right now, please cousin runway 35 left, clear for takeoff. Take out 35 left, right now, cousin American 2251. 590 radius, 35 runway 35 left, on a point.
Well, this is as good a time as any to remind you that you're watching Runway DFW. My mouth stops working after this long. In color, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, one of the world's busiest. And we'll be with you for probably the next 15 or 20 minutes with more aircraft arriving and departing, including, we hope, a nice big Queen of the Skies. So hang out with us here at Runway DFW. We're not going anywhere yet, folks. As I said, we've still got a couple interesting aircraft to watch, and one of which is what you're looking at right there. The Qatar cargo flight has now lit up on the radar. And again, that's a 777 of recent vintage, as I recall. Yes, it's just 1 year old, a little more than 1 year old. Doesn't look like it started moving yet. When it does, we will flip over there. Look at this picture of this aircraft on
sorry, was calling them. They have an IT issue with our numbers.
Roger. Just keep us up to date as soon as you figure something out. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Yeah, so Majorly Annoyed lets us know, one of our kind contributors, that I guess I've made it kind of that the music ends the stream, and I'm trying to kind of pep things up a little bit as we go along. So we'll have musical interludes, and I'll take a drink of water from my gigantic water bottle. And so that explains that, and I hope that clears it up. So if you hear music, don't go away. We're just refreshing ourselves. So let me go back to the radar here and see what all's going on. Oh, Well, this is nice. We've got a speed bird, ladies and gents. Coming in from London Heathrow. British Airways Flight 193, 777. Welcome to our little corner of America.
Alright, 36 left, clear to land, we'll caution 41. Sending back to 1,500 circle from you.
Here we get a nice shot of it.
Clear to land, circle from you. And tower on board 9857, visual 36 left. Left clear to land on board 9857. 671 at Echo Lima cross only 35 left. Contact ground point 65. Echo Lima cross 35 left over now.
There it is, passing by the symbol of its former colonies.
Monitor ground point 65 today.
Deviate here, I think this is the... Can't tell if that's the Qatar cargo flight leaving its cargo terminal. No, that's a... No, I'm not sure.
605. That's an equivalent. Go to 34. Go 34. Expect minimum time on runway.
Anyway, the Speedbird is still waiting for its slot at Terminal D.
Take the next high speed. That's the old short of runway 35 left at Echo Juliet.
And yes, that was, or this is, we'll see it turn here fairly shortly. This is the Qatar Airways Cargo 777 on its way to Nagoya, Japan.
Traffic checking out in the visual 35 center. 3285 reduced to first runway 35 center, clear to land 10105. Downwind 35 center, south 3225.
And if the schedule is to be believed, we'll also see a Singapore Airlines 747 cargo lifting off within the next few minutes. So that's something cool to hang around with here, or hang around for, with you at Runway DFW. We can't not look at a Delta Airlines plane taking off, can we? Okay, back to Jumbo. Where did it go? Did it duck behind the...
Departure, good day, Delta, left 34. Tower on board 39.
Couldn't have gone that far.
Visual board 361. 36 left on board 39, 77. 952, travel hold in position, cross only 35 center, X was delayed, ground point 65, correction, 35 left, deck was delayed, ground point 65.
It was right down there. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's kind of dipped below a ridge there. Makes it hard to pick out on my little 2.5-inch screen. A majorly annoyed brings up, for those of you who've been watching for a while, the last time a Delta plane took off, we ended up talking about pretzels for 20 minutes. There's nothing wrong with pretzels. Pretzels and airplanes. Pretzels, kind of a staple of, or it used to be a staple of snack time and economy on flights.
3285, hold short of the Echo, and monitor ground point 65.
Now, Ken G wants to know, do you dip or put mustard on your pretzels? I'm a purist, Ken G. Just the pretzel for me. No mustard, no dip. Just the pretzel. Thank you. Keeping my eye on the other Qatari aircraft, the passenger one. It hasn't pushed back from the gate yet. But it should be shortly. I see the British Airways is kind of, Speedbird is kind of maneuvering into place. But it hasn't found its gate quite yet.
Echo will remain the frequency. Echo route 70 right now.
Bev didn't know that purist was an option. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, let's put it this way. I recoil when I see people putting anything other than mustard on their hot dogs. Well, mustard and sauerkraut. But if you grew up in a different part of the USA, that would be different. My 5-year-old grandsons, I grew up in the New York, New Jersey area, and that was what you did. In fact, McDonald's hamburgers in my youth, in that location, just came with, I'm talking about the regular hamburgers, just came with ketchup, no mustard. So to me, ketchup goes on hamburgers and mustard goes on hot dogs. It's as simple as that. So we should be about to have a Qatar air show here as this flight takes off for Nagoya in Japan. And do I even see it? Did its passenger plane pull out? Beve, a hot dog does sound really, really good right now. If Mrs. Runway DFW wasn't waiting at home for me, I'd probably stop off and get a gas station hot dog. But I know that's not really good for
Tower
you.
runway 35 center, clear to land, wind 0208. Clear land 36 on copy 47. Tower, Bell 21901, just off of Love, requesting one bound transition to Mission. Also 21901, DFW Tower, altimeter 299.
And there you see flight 8901 gleaming in the late afternoon sun on its way to Japan.
To the TFR. Thank you very much. Showing one up over the island destination. So 35 or 132 DFW Tower, 35 right clear to land, wind is 007. 35 right clear to land, Helicopter 191, we pulled the map real quick. I didn't know anything about that, but let me see if it's cleared. Yeah, it looks like you'll be north of the TFR. How big is the TFR? Like just about a quarter mile north of I-30. North of the TFR, that'll work. That'll work for me. We'll go north of I-30 and staying out of the TFR 191. Thank you. 3513, taxi via Michael, short of Echo, Echo, monitor ground point 65. Air Shuttle 5789, DFW Tower. River City, 49. Wind 007. United 1293, DFW Tower, runway 35 center, clear to land, wind 0206. 35 center, unit 1293. 154, DFW Tower, runway 35 center, clear to land. And 35 center, Scott 31. And 2000, and departure. Over departure, a little bit. Thanks for your day. Tower, runway 4086, visual 3.
All right, one Qatar Airways flight down, one to go. The one to Doha.
Go 3228 around cousin, runway 35 left, clear for takeoff. 14086, not sure, checked in already, for 35 right to the land, wind is 0205. 14086, clear to land, 35 right.
Now, where did that other one go? Where did the passenger one go? Last time we saw, it was right over there, wasn't it?
And monitor ground point 65.
So on the, oh, did it go over to the other side?
Air Shuttle 5789, contact departure.
Did it go over to the other side?
Green taxi via, let's make the 20 Quebec and then the Echo route. American 2620 are now the cousin, runway 35 left, clear for takeoff. 35 left, clear for takeoff, 1620. 21 in sight.
Oh, there it is. Thank you, Majorly Annoyed. One of our fine contributors to Runway DFW, and probably someone watching this on a screen that's bigger than 2.5 inches. So what time is it? 7:09 locally. This is supposed to have taken off by now. Harumph. So we're waiting on this, and we're still waiting on Singapore Airlines cargo 747, which looks like it'll be our finale if it makes an appearance. Is this one going anywhere yet? Let me look at my bigger screen here. There goes a Spirit in the background. I don't see any ground equipment in the vicinity of that plane. It's not even at a. Is it going to go? It's not. It's not at a jet bridge. Well, I guess we'll find out. It's a nice shot anyway, now that the ground haze has cleared up a bit. Well, Bill, I'm glad you consider yourself to be a lucky man for having found our stream here, or for coming back to it. It's kind of an interesting shot, yes, Bev, when planes go behind it or taxi or take off. Well, what have we here? Look at this. What the heck? Oh, that must be the one that's taking off. The one that's we're looking at has been parked. That's why it didn't have any sky bridge associated with it. So, well, there you go. Or maybe the Qataris bought DFW Airport. This is now their new hub. I don't know. I've never seen 3 Qatar Airlines aircraft at the same time or in such close proximity. So I guess what we want to do is follow this other one. Because oh, it's crowded down there. Where did that other one go? Oh, is it going across the bridge? Is it going across the bridge?
2244, taxi Michael, short of Echo, monitor ground point 65. Short of Echo 65, American 2244.
I'll go across the bridge. I'm scanning the radar. No, it's not gone across the bridge yet. I have to find it though. There's that one. There it is. Okay. So it looks like it's headed to the starting point of runway 36 right, and it will favor us with a takeoff in front of us. We have more pretzel time. If you're not subscribed to Runway DFW, you're missing pretzel and hot dog talk. And I don't even know if people from other countries know what pretzels and hot dogs are. Kind of staples of American junk food, but. Oh no, it's gone to the east side.
Good day.
Yeah, if I was very good with graphics, majorly annoyed, I would retitle this Runway Doha. But looks like this one's going over to the east side, and so we'll have to do what we did with the Finnair flight. And try to follow it once it comes up from behind the east side buildings. So, okay. Meanwhile, I'm still hoping maybe we'll get another Qatar and Qatar shot here for a second. There we go.
Tower American 1745 out, 36 left.
There you go.
American 1742.
Doha International Airport. Thank you, Joshua, for your kind words. That gives us a little energy boost as we near the end of our broadcast. Still waiting to see if Singapore Airlines will favor us with a departure of its cargo 747, which, you know, if you got to end on an aircraft, it'll be better than a 747, other than perhaps an A380. And Joshua, I correct you because we had 3 Qatar planes here, 2 passenger planes, one of which is parked there, and the one we just saw go behind it, and then a Qatar cargo plane which took off a few minutes ago. We don't hold back here on Runway DFW. Spirit Airlines, I didn't look to see where it was going. To LAX, perhaps. We did have one come in from Cancun earlier. Kenji wants to know if we can end on a Cessna 150. I don't think that's an option here at Runway DFW. We just don't do that. Plus, I don't think there are any Cessna 150s here. Not much general aviation taking place at DFW International Airport.
5, flight.
14035 right to the land with 0205.
Total line 35 right on 4006.
Not to say we don't see some propeller-driven planes here. When we're here on weekdays, we see a bunch of them, single and double engine prop planes taking off from the area behind the UPS cargo hub to go to kind of regional places. We're keeping track of that Doha bound flight on the flight radar. It's still making its way to the south end of the east side runways here at DFW.
American 1992 D3 Tower, runway 35, center clear to land, 1070 at 6. Perfect. Airline 74, Carolina. Wait, 36 American 35. Charger, Macon 2214, bobbing east, bar 36 left.
A little bobbing and weaving there.
Good one, 36 left, Macon 2214.
Okay, the Singapore Airlines flight has, the cargo flight has lit up our radar again. So we should be seeing it momentarily. The Doha bound flight. Looks like it's making the turn onto the other side, on the other side of the airport. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll see it when it happens. It has made its turn. I was waiting for the Singapore 747 to poke its head out there, but as soon as we see the Doha bound flight in action, we'll shift our attention over to the other side of the air facility. And it's on its way. So let's see, it's an A350. We'll look that way.
Cross 36 right with Q ground 85 on the
There it goes. It's about where the A340 poked its head out when we saw the Lufthansa aircraft headed back to Frankfurt. This one, however, is off to the Middle East.
And 35 center back is 2490.
25 midway on the roll, and now to cousin runway 35, last set takeoff. Beautiful, and air runway 36 right on its way. Right line of way, 026. Tower American 2762, visual 367. Short time, and then right.
Hang in there, focus.
For the Echo Echo. Cargo 2268, full visual right. Delta 2268, DFW County 35 right, clear land, wind 0505, showing a 40 knot overtake on the traffic call. Okay.
You're going to bank for us? How about a nice bank? Well, it's kind of a bank. Okay, now, the one aircraft we have remaining on our agenda for this evening is a big old 747. This one is going to be bound for Brussels in Europe.
1425, departure today.
Departure American 1425, good night.
Our pals at Flight Radar 24 tell us it's moving at a ground speed of 1 mile an hour right now, which is what, about 549 miles an hour less than it will be going in a few minutes.
Good afternoon. We're at Bob for visual 366.
Another Spirit flight going out. Where's this one off to? It's just a blur, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. We do have some plane spotters out here for an evening of enjoyment. Our thermometer reads 77 degrees, so it's very pleasant. So we're just going to camp out here unless we see something else very interesting.
Monitor ground 2165 today, 4006.
21 monitor ground 0.65 today.
I'm guessing the big Singapore Airlines jet, which is just barely a 21st century aircraft, dating back to September of 2000. It'll be a 747-412F. And if you haven't done so already, we hope you'll like and subscribe to Runway DFW. Half the fun is knowing what we're all, what our subscribers are talking about in the chat room. And today we've focused, of course, not on airplanes, but on pretzels and hot dogs and condiments. It's a little freewheeling. And if you do like what you see, we invite you to go to streamlabs.com/runwaydfw. That link is in our description. And that'll take you to a page where, if you so choose, you can contribute to our streaming expenses and hot dogs and pretzels. If you've just tuned in, this is Runway DFW, live from DFW International Airport, Saturday, April 2. We're almost at, what is it, 7:30 already? My goodness, almost, local time. And what we're looking at is we're looking directly south from where we are at DFW Founders Plaza, at the entranceway to an international cargo facility, right about where that stop sign is. That stop sign in the foreground, if you can make it out. And Beve has donated $5. Thank you, Beve. That's so nice. Look at that, it works. Get a little fireworks there.
1091, let's turn to high speed. Join Quebec for the Expo route, remain at Church Street.
It's very much appreciated. To Beve and all of our contributors today and in the past. Helps us go. Buys us coffee. And as I said, helps us pay our streaming expenses, which are not inconsiderable. But hey, what else are you going to do? What else would I be doing on a Saturday afternoon? I hate to move away from this shot. It'll be so dramatic when it comes out to visit us. And Majorly Annoyed is suggesting that we have a hot dog and pretzel fun. That's not going to help me lose any weight, that's for sure. And Kenji says, don't forget about adult beverages. I have to be honest with you, Kenji, I don't partake of adult beverages. But Mrs. Runway DFW is known to have one every now and again. Ooh, I see 6 miles an hour now on the big 747. So get that drum roll ready. There it is. Hey, look at that. And the sun is very nicely lighting it as well.
Want to coordinate with dispatch, and would you do me a favor, let dispatch know our intentions, and you can just send it on 8 cars, okay?
So this is the second time we've seen this aircraft today. We did see it coming in for a landing earlier.
Land 35 right back in 1390.
So there we go, some quad engine greatness for you, our Runway DFW family. And if you're just joining us, this is going to be headed to Europe, specifically to Brussels. So we've only seen 2 4-engine aircraft today. Earlier we saw the Lufthansa A340 coming in and going to Frankfurt. Austin Swafford seems to, seems to think that, and Austin is knowledgeable about such things. He thinks this is going to go over to the east side for departure. But we'll hang out and watch it lift off, even if it goes to the east side. We've got a couple more contributors. We mentioned one. I missed the one from Ken Gerard, so thank you, Ken G, for contributing to us here at Runway DFW. There you see, I think, about 3/4 of a plane there as it goes back behind a ridge. Let me speak directly to the air traffic controllers right now. Air traffic controllers, why send this plane over to the east side when it can just take off right here on runway 36 right? Thank you.
1390, join Quebec, Zulu, then right turn November for the Echo route. Quebec, Zulu, and right turn November for the Echo route there. 1390. 1390, you want to put it until you hit monitor ground point 5?
Oh, I believe you, Austin. Austin is saying, keep watching. Hey, look, we've got the runway lights out now. It's be getting dark. Oh, the sun's about to go down. What the?
Mouse to cross. Back 1614, taxi to be a bike, hold short of Echo Echo, monitor ground point 65. Bike short of Echo Echo, point 65, back to 16. 2752, DFW tower, runway 35, left miles away from Wake Circle.
Yeah, this plane is making a turn, which on the map, it's waiting for an incoming plane right now, which makes it look very much like it's headed in the direction of the east side, although I have seen these, let me move over a little bit, I have seen these jumbos take off not from the end of the runway sometimes. We shall see what we shall see. It's all good. Okay, it's on the move.
Heavy connect departure. Qatar Airways 246, Romeo Alpha, 2900.
Okay, let's all will together. We'll say, make a left turn, make a left turn, make a hard left turn, make a hard left turn.
With 0807 or 357 to land.
Make a hard left turn, head north, and take off. We'll have our big finale. Everybody will applaud.
November, Papa and right turn on
I don't know, folks. I think it's going straight.
Ready, Yankee, and ground point 65 on top there, 584. Good night.
But you know what, everybody? Our air traffic controllers are hardworking, salt of the earth people, and they know what they're doing. There's a reason it's going over to the east side. We don't know what it is, but we salute our air traffic controllers who keep our skies safe and our airports safe. As it dips behind the People Mover Railway and goes over to the east side. And it must be said that typically planes that are headed generally east, as this one is, will take off and land on the east side, and correspondingly westbound aircraft will land over on this side. And that's not a hard and fast rule, though. And Major Leonid says on the positive side, those takeoffs look amazing when they show up above the buildings over there. So yeah, and plus at this time of day, if it hurries up, it'll get the last glints of sunlight. So we're following it over there. Let me see if there's any competition. There's 3 runways over on the other side. And there may be 2 of them in use for taking off right now.
American 303. 212, cross runway 35, left set Echo Kilo, and counting ground point 65. Gotcha.
And we'll do a little pan of Terminal D, the international terminal. And you can see how many American Airlines aircraft are over there.
Yeah, runway 35, left to line up and wait check. American 997 Heavy, about 30 seconds at the whole short line. 7 Heavy right here, short runway 35 left.
Well, it looks like right in front of the Brussels-bound jet is an American Airlines Dreamliner headed to Buenos Aires. It's another long flight. So maybe we'll catch a glimpse of that. And then right after that, we will see the Qatar aircraft taking off. So we expect it to be seen right over there in that vicinity. I'll tilt up just a little bit. That's the east tower of DFW Airport with the skyline of Dallas in the background. Okay, now who's doing puns and bad jokes? Kenji, I wag my finger at you.
Kilo Crush, runway 36 red, runway 3918 over Grand
So if you're just tuning in, we are awaiting the departure of Singapore Airlines 747 off to Brussels. But in front of it looks like in front of it, according to the radar. We can't see it directly, and I don't have X-ray vision. Ooh, look at that sun glinting off a building in downtown Dallas. It almost looks like it's on fire, but it's not. See what I'm talking about there? That is the sun. The sun, I think, is just about over the horizon where we are, but not yet on a tall building like that. Beve says she really likes downtown Dallas. Downtown Dallas has changed a lot since I got here in the, should I say, in the early 80s. Used to be kind of a ghost town there after hours. Here comes the Buenos Aires bound Dreamliner, American Flight 997. Let's see if we can pick it up as it traverses that area. Let me tilt up a little bit in case it's higher than I expect. So this will be a practice run for our 747 final shot. There it goes. Okay, so now for our finale, our big finale. What better than a queen to sign off with, right? Let me find our shot here. So once again, this is Singapore Cargo Flight 7979, Boeing 747, which is just barely manufactured in this century. It's off to Brussels. Temperatures dropped to 71 degrees here as the sun has now officially gone down behind us. Making the big turn is the Singapore Airlines Queen of the Skies. Let's hope we got it framed correctly for the big show. I think I need a drum roll of some sort. That's not what I was thinking of.
November, just remain on frequency.
Well, it looks like there was an aircraft in front of our friends from Singapore. You'll see it lift off there. Should be shortly. Well, it may lift off earlier than one of those big jets, just an A319. That's not what you hear in the background here. Oh my God. I think I'm going to be put in YouTube jail if I put this comment on, but all right. There you go. Majorly annoyed.
0-3. Turn left on Echo Kilo and take the ramp this frequency. Alright, Echo Kilo. Yeah, we're not sure where we're going on this neighborhood.
There are a bunch of aircraft. You can't see them. There are a bunch of aircraft at the south end of runway 35. Is that center or left? I can't tell. But it looks, though, now that the Singapore Airlines flight is now pointing its nose to the north. And it is rolling. So I'm going to be looking, and we'll see it take off for our big finale on Runway DFW for this Saturday. It's rolling. Come on down.
Echo Yankee, I'll hold short at 36 right, American 777. Take off the center at 6.06.
There it is.
31, exit the high speed, taxi vehicle back to Zulu, the right turn in November for the Echo Echo route. High speed back to November, Echo Echo route, 31. The right turn on November, and you're going to taxi around the Echo Echo route. You can monitor ground on 26.5 today. 26.5. 31, you can monitor ground 165 today. 165. Tower November 112, Charlie, visual on the ramp. And Tower American 2438, we're visual 35 center. Departure, RDM 2 Meckel, runway 35 left, takeoff. Walk. 716, RDM 2 Meckel, runway 35 left, takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 35 left, onboard 3716. Tower American 2438, we are visual 35 center. 1351, DFW Airport, runway 35 left, level flight. King 51 on Massachusetts, runway 35 left, start takeoff. Our Massachusetts, clear for takeoff, 35 left, American. Power channel, board 3746.
Well, that's going to be a wrap, everyone. Well, that was fun. Turned out okay, right? Let me get our sign-off music here. And go to that. And we're going to go to this. I'm talking to you while I'm directing the show. Okay, cue the music. You have been watching Runway DFW live from DFW International Airport for the last almost 6 hours. Well, probably not all of you were watching that long. But anyway, we'd like to thank all of you who have tuned in today and contributed to our chat, subscribed to our channel, and contributed to our pretzel and hot dog fund. We'll see you again later this week, one morning, probably, maybe afternoon, I don't know. But click the subscribe button and click the notification bell, and we'll let you know. And as we say here in Texas, happy contrails to you until we meet again. Bye.